Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. I keep forgetting what day it is. Like, it's a day. What day, though? And then I forget. Okay, cool. I just had to make sure my sound input was good. Oh, we're good. Hope everyone's having a lovely, lovely day. I'm going to eat my med. Eat my med, and then we'll get into it. Whoa. I'm like cold. It's cold, chat. It's cold. It is not Tuesday. Did I do okay, cool. I did. I was talk to. Also, welcome on in, Flame and Bambi. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you guys are having wonderful days. Okay. Alrighty. Let's get into it, shall we? Ayo! Look at that 7-day streak. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, Bambi. I like your name, but I like your name, by the way. Bambi Balance is cute. Okay, so we got some stuff to test out today with social media platform analytics stuff that I have to do science about, but yeah, it's okay going lazy day off. Oh fuck yeah, we love lazy days off. Woo! But I'm good. I'm good. Thank you, I like yours. Oh, you good. Alright now. Welcome on in. But I'm good. I had a very productive morning, had a meeting this morning for some social media marketing stuff for Enshrined. And now we are here to chill, hang out. Call this Tech Beans. And then we did yapping, video editing. Did we do anything else? Oh yeah, we did art. Bean decorating. We all about that streaking. We all go in pain. Hi, Kiwi. Happy Wednesday. Oh, shit. I have to plan for next Wednesday, actually. Hold on. Let me do that really quick. Yeah, I'll probably do... Oh, maybe we'll do like a hand cam stream Thursday. And then be like... my brain is like thinking, hand cam stream while we make the fish. Yeah, I think that's probably the plan. One thing, you wanna be strong, you wanna push yourself away. Mobile Mew at Little Pancake. For are we there yet? Yeah, so I don't think, yeah, we didn't play any games because it took too long to load. Yep. Rose and comfort, we all go in rain. Oh, I did this wrong. This is the 9th. Today is the 10th. Oops. Nope, nope. Wrong button. Boop, boop. That was art. This is the 9th. Save. And this one. Video editing. Okay. Hi, Pixels. Have a good meeting. Fall in love again and again. 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 Love. Fall in love again. Finish. Save. Go to highlights. Baby. Boopy boop boop boop. Oh, yeah, the 5th. Download. Over here. Oh no, that one's already the 8th. Whoops. Insert image in cell. Browse. Someone's loud ass car. Man, sounds like a big old fart. Again and again. Fall in love. I have the 3rd. I'm downloading. Oh yeah, I remember. I remember yesterday I went to download this and then I never actually saved it because I canceled it. There you go. And then... Illegal Bean! Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Hope you enjoy hanging out here with us. Let's see, change cover. Hello. Hello. Hope you're having a lovely one. Okay. So, I think I'm going to stick to this profile for now. Hi, Shadow. Because... I don't know. Let's look at YouTube. We have another chance at 4 p.m. So we might as well, like, this is a good hour to be posting stuff. But what is this? List, auto list. What is an auto list about? Metrical auto lists automate your social networks. Social networks are increasingly important. What is an auto list? An auto list is a set of several publications that you can share on different social media networks. This content can be scheduled periodically, and this way you don't have to worry about publishing on your networks frequently at the right time. This process can help you improve management and automation of your social networks. In Metricool, you can organize content auto list. I will tell you how you can automate it. So what is this? Interesting. So this sounds like when a video goes out, let's say like a bigger video, like if I actually were to do like edited, like full-length edited content and I wanted to share it on social media like Blue Sky and Twitter, which I already did. I already posted that. I went like you could have it automate posting for you, but I'll listen to the rest of the video. She's pretty.
If I told you that you could automate this whole process? Well, with Metricool's Autolists, you can. But what are they exactly?
Yeah, what are they?
A set of posts that you can schedule and share to social networks automatically over time. These posts can be created manually from a CSV file or from an RSS.
Oh, okay. I see.
You could create evergreen content periodically, include content with news about a new YouTube video or blog post, and create repeated content for platforms such as Google Business Profile, which deletes content after 7 days. It's a piece of cake and it will save you a ton of time. The first thing you need, obviously, is a Metricool account. You can sign up with the link that we left in the video description for your
Interesting. Okay.
all the social net planning tab, and this is where you will start creating your first auto list. Create an
Okay, hold on. I want to see this bigger. Bigger! I should watch it on YouTube. Let's watch it on YouTube. There's a YouTube one still out, though. But I think it might. It might.
Create a name to identify it and select which social networks you will be posting to. You can select repeat if you want the content to be re-added to the list and republished. But if you don't enable this option, once the content is published, it will be removed from your auto list. If you are adding links, you can shorten them with this option. This way, you can see the number of users who visit the link from that post. Now, select the time and day or days that you want the content to be published. For example, every Thursday at 2:30 p.m. This way, every Thursday, a post will be published from your auto list until the list ends, or indefinitely if you selected the repeat box. A tip is, if you want your content to come out when more people are active, schedule it for the best hours so you can score big. Now the time has come to feed your auto list.
A 40-day streak. I think that's the highest one I've seen so far. Thank you, Devouring. Thank you for sharing that with me. I hope you're having a lovely day.
There are a few different ways that you can add content. The first way is to create posts one by one like you would do in the planner. You can add any links, up to 4 images per post, GIFs, and videos. But if you prefer to do it in bulk, then no worries. Create a CSV file with a column for the text of your post, and if you decide to upload an image, you can upload it from Google Drive or Dropbox. And if you add an image, make sure to add another column with the URL of the image. You could also in the video description. Now we have come to the best part, creating an automatic auto list from your vlog or videos that you post to YouTube. Simply select link and RSS feed and watch it do its magic. And in case you have a blog, add the URL followed by a slash symbol and the word feed. And if you want to add your YouTube channel, paste the URL of the link that we have left in the first comment, followed by the identifier of your channel, which you can find in the basic information section of YouTube Studio. Now, let's put the finishing touches on your first auto list. In the prefix, add the text that will go at the beginning of the post, and in the suffix, the text that will go at the end of the post. You can also leave this blank or just fill in one. Select this option if you want to include the latest published content to your auto list. If not, the auto list will start when new content is added to your blog or channel. If you want to review or edit anything before it's posted, turn on this option. Thus, the posts that you add will not be published to your social networks until you activate them. And finally, if you want new posts to be added to the top of your auto list, select this option. And this way, these will be the first posts to go out at the time and day that you've scheduled. And once you set up your auto list, you'll be
large on interesting. Listen, I'm trying to learn.
So you can turn it on or off whenever.
Doing my best to learn.
List, simply click on the garbage can icon and bye. Remember that when creating content, it's important to distribute it as many times as possible, as long as...
Okay, no, that makes a lot of sense. Very smart. I think I will start with probably like tomorrow's stuff, just so I can like plan it out. Okay, so let's create a post. This will go, let's say we're catching up with content. So tomorrow we have Pegasus's video. Let me start the music again. Okay, it's mildly overstimulating, but that's okay. Okay, so let's say it's gonna go here, and then... Okay, so we'd have to manually add it to Twitter, but... Do you not remember it? Okay, we'll just start with this for now. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Edit by network. Oh, okay, there we go. And yeah, edit by network. Click this button to stop. Oh, okay. And then how do I add, like, okay, this is adding a added video. And then let's go to video editing. Let's go to V-stars, and we're going to do this video. I'll drag and drop that there. Okay, so this is the video. And then we will have the hashtags. These ones. Always I wanna be with you. Add TikTok presets, allow comments, public commercial content. This will be for December 11th. I don't know what the calendar said was at the best time, so we'll just leave that there for now. And then Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. So I don't know if this will actually tag them or not. It doesn't look like it would do that. Hmm. So will they automatically hashtag it though? That's my question. Save text URL for campaigns. Because my only other idea is that I don't do that for this week's videos and I do them for next week's videos because the template's already embedded in. So I think I might try that. So, oh shit, that means I gotta render a video. Okay, I'm gonna try to render Vibe and Shine really quick and see how that works. For Saturday. No. What? Oh, my legs are cold. It's gonna, you gonna load or? In my hands by the beach, but I stand in California with my nose in the sand. Heat on my sweater, let's have an adventure. Head in the clouds, but my gravity's centered. Touch my neck and I'll touch yours. You and those little high-waisted shorts. Oh. Let's see. Okay. Does metricool auto add hashtags for TikTok videos? With your hands in photo size. How does it do the hashtags though? Find out viral hashtags on TikTok. Oh, then I got a calling card. Oh, let me see. Let me see. I want to see. Shirt, no blouse. No, no. It's too cold for you here. And now to let me know. Both your hands in the holes of my sweater. Ooh, I do kind of like that one. She's a little scary, but I like it. Why? I will say, why do the suction cups on the tentacles look like titties? Why do they look like that? Why do they look like that? I mean, LA least one video. Add video. Don't give it away. What? Circles with dots in the middle. Fair. Video or short title is required. Yup. What was it? Shorts. Let me see. My hands are cold. Oh, not that one. Copy. Copy and then yeah, I don't know how it's handling hashtags. Cause like I can't tell that like it's like working, but cancel. Switch. What number is this video? This video is 50. Episode 50. Notes. Post notes. Schedule, publish, save, and post a save as draft. Center review schedule. Save and schedule. What's this? Use the schedule post faster across all brand time zones. Scheduling your posts can save you time, especially when you need to publish the same products with multiple brands. Post to multiple brands. Schedule post with a cadence. Publish each brand's in local time zone. Interesting. And if I click schedule, for example, okay, let's say on TikTok, I want this one to get posted at like at 10 a.m. And then the one on YouTube, let's go to YouTube. I want that one to get posted at 4 p.m., for example. Yeah, so yeah. Actually, I think that works that way then. That's actually really cool. How does it handle thumbnails though? Hi Vexed. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing okay. Which are cool thumbnails. How to add cover thumbnails to your post. How to cover, go to the planning. Go to planning, create publication. We're gonna attach a video. Click on the 3 dots. Click on the 3 dots. Oh. Actually, I think this might be okay. Cancel. Yeah. Yeah. Just want you to know. So what if I went to the YouTube one? Would that change it? Edit image. Just one video. Okay, so I guess if I put it in the beginning, it'll be fine. Can I play
Bits
a
of my
video?
life that made me. Bits of my life that made me
Okay,
happy
cool.
that I want to share with you.
Okay, so embedding them fixes that problem. It's already got the thumbnail in it then. Set up the cover. Business, select video frame, upload a selected video frame. The frame is selected from uploaded. The frame is selected from upload video. Then these recommended sizes. Go to planning, create publication. Okay, is that different? Planning, create post. No, that's what I did. Okay. Select the 3 dots, upload video. Selected network. Disney Days Live creates. Bong, bing, 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 bong, bing, 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 bong. Thank you for the bing bong. That makes me so happy. I love the redeem. It's one of my favorites. And only happens when it's raining. I only love you when it rains. Okay. Really wish I would have tested that with today's post, but that's okay. Edit images with the account mention and tag another account. Metrical edit by network. Yeah, so it should let me do that, but okay, so let's do it again then. I'm gonna take this out. Let me take this out because I'm like looking. I have too many tabs open, so I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, so let's go here. Let's create post. Say we're gonna go like this. We're gonna edit by network, edit content. We're gonna add a video. We're gonna go from the computer. We're gonna go to V-stars. We're gonna add Pegasus switches. But okay, not this one. Tag people on Instagram. Tagging a user. Issues on LinkedIn API, Instagram, Facebook. Manual mention Instagram, threads, TikTok. What does it mean by the manual one, though? For metrical, you can mention manual. Just make the process easier. I'll less suggestions when you see the details. Oh, okay. So I would still. Okay, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. So if I do this, and then I need to go on TikTok and make sure that. Oops, excuse me. That their ad is correct. Because it's not going to do it for me, which is totally fine. And then how do hashtags work again? Let's see. Linking, scheduling a post. Let's look at hashtag. Hashtag driver, get to know metric schedule, and post on Instagram. Instagram metrics, user metrical. Hashtag threads. What says engagement? Motivating marketing strategy. I want to. What about the hashtags? I don't want to listen to this. Upload a video conversing. Cover by selecting a video frame or choosing an image from the carousel. Select cover. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. And then, but if it's a business account, select a video or photo. How to schedule a TikTok or photo, create new post. Add a cover by selecting or choosing an image. And then this one, business, upload a custom business. Okay. So let's cancel this. Except I don't want to listen to this song. Okay. Let me go and go here. And let's do removing this one, and let's do this one. But then let's do it like this. So it's a TikTok business account, even though I don't use it as a TikTok business account. Connect Twitch, why not? Let's go gung-ho with it, shall we, chat? I don't know why the blue sky won't work there, because I don't really remember my blue sky stuff. Sign in. Does this one have my blue sky information? Blue. It doesn't. Interesting. Actually, there's a thing I need to do really quick. I have to do a thing so I can still have health insurance. Ooh. So give me 1 second while I do that in the background. Hi, Utalmo. Welcome on in. Hello. How are you doing? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Hi. Please excuse me as I do some big boy stuff. Doing okay? How are you? I am good. I thought I was logged in. What the fuck? I was just logged in website. Bruh. Sorry. I've been sneezing so much today. People talking shit about me. Go to applications. Select. I just need to update my healthcare stuff. Okay, continue. Well, in this section, we'll ask some basic information. Do you need to cut? Yep. How do you blow my nose? Oh, that's these. Fuck me up. Oh, fuck. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna mute my mic while I do that. Okie dokie. Email me. No. Save and continue. Okay, don't know how to answer that question, so I'm gonna leave that there and ask for help later. Cool, and now I gotta go to here. Go to nope. Passwords. This one. Blue sky. There we go. I swore you had it. Copy. because that's open in another tab. It is copy. Remember, sign in. Close, authorize. Just go away. Add. What? What do you mean you can verify it? Cool. Connected Instagram professional. I don't know if mine's a. Okay. Hold on, let me log into Metricool with all my accounts. So I'm interested. But they didn't. As a VTuber, I can't have a Twitter page for some, or a Facebook page for some reason. Okie dokie. Okay, that's all logged in now. I'm actually very interested in seeing how it looks. What? You know, for the last 1 to 2 days. Okay. Since Blue Skies does not remove once again. Okay, that's fine. I wish I could reorganize this order. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Let me reshare my screen. All right. There we go. Okay. So now that I know that, okay, we got that. What is wrong with these? Oh, they're just loading. Okay. No. I was what? I don't. My brain is confused. I guess we can just check all these off. What is it? Oh, that was me. Okay, cool. Okay. Let's create a post for tomorrow. And then we're going to do this one for Blue Sky. Edit by network. Edit content. I'm going before my space until GMO. Looks away. I looked away at my other screen and I immediately forgot what I was doing. My bad. All right, so let's look at not that one. Add video. And then let's do this one. And now going here. Oh, I guess remove. This should be Elaine's understanding. So I should use the template first. Select upload thumbnail cover now that I have the right one. Recommended. Accept. Use template. Use template. So, okay. Okay, no, I understand. So I can use the template and then, for example, taking this, and then using this, we can do this. Okay, and then understood. Okay. And then there's that. But for TikTok, that's how it should look. Can't publish it. Yeah. Thursday. Let's duplicate this really quick because I want to know what time. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay. because I can move it because we're scheduling it ahead of time. Okay. So now for Blue Sky, I remove that because we have this. SSRR, Prince and the Queen. I have to say we didn't start the fire. This one, this one, this. There we go. And now it's Blue Sky tagged. This is very long. I don't like how long this is. That's okay. Blue Sky presets, add languages to post, and then global presets and whatnot and so forth. Okay. Edit that one and then this one. And then YouTube presets and then going. Oh, it's hard to see you when I wish you were here. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. So this would be 38. 38. And the name being, let's go over here. YouTube. Wish you the most away now.
Flirt at me, making my heart.
That scared the shit out of me. And they said, "Oh, begin acting kind of crazy. Add to playlist, V-stars, tags. This one becomes this one, and then oh, it's hard to see you. And then save posts in library. Use for later. Send to reviews. Schedule. Okay. I'm interested. See the free doesn't let you add Twitter and I wanna see how it feels. The starter plan. So I kind of want to check it out. Cool. Okay. Ah, there's a Texas thing I'm gonna do. I don't wanna. Chat, I don't wish y'all wish me luck on the stats. I believe in you, Vex. I fucking believe in you. You're gonna go in there and your brain is gonna open up. It's gonna crack open like a little peanut, and the little exposed nut is gonna go, and then you're gonna gasp in the middle of the exam, and everyone's gonna look at you like, what the fuck? And then you're gonna be like, sorry, and then all the answers will come into your brain, and you will ace that. That you will at least pass, if not ace that shit. K-Twin, I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you more than anything in life right now. Right in this moment, that's what I believe in the most. You got this. I'll be fine, please God. I need this to go. I got you. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you so fucking much. Don't you worry, I believe in you. I believe in you. If you don't believe in us, who believes in you? Exactly. Exactly. Also, hello, Canadian. How you doing? Okay, so this is going to be November. Hello, how are you? Welcome on in. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy this guy. I'm gonna open Affinity and I'm gonna edit it. It's not all of it's on there. I don't think there's other things that I have to do for that. So I got some work done today and have an interesting task to do that may stop me a smidgen. What fun! Hey, that's a good thing, you know. That's a good thing. If I think that's always a good thing if it's like something that stumps you in a good way, you know. Okay, that one, not that one, not that one. Let me try these ones. Behind, wearing nothing but your perfume. I love you. Make me an offer I refuse. I have to create a riding lawnmower that the player can get on top of and drive it. And complete with a few. Ooh, exciting. Well, that's exciting. I hope that even though it might be a bit of a tedious thing, that you have fun with it. You know, that's always my biggest thing. Is even if it's a thing that's gonna stump you, I hope it's at least fun. Apparently, I didn't rinse the bottle enough of the soda stream because I took a drink and it tasted like carbonated soap. Oh, Jesus. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense. I hope you're okay right now. I hope you're liking the soda stream, though, at the very least. Like, it's a good purchase for you, you know? I can't refuse. Bad for you. Please come on over. Oops. I'm clicking all the wrong buttons, and I can't show you any of this, because if I do, I will sorely be fucked. Okay. Export. I put this somewhere that I don't remember because I had to move stuff in my drive. So if I don't do this now, I'm going to forget. And then if I forget now, I'm going to forget later. And then I'm going to be upset at myself. So I'm going to do this now. This one, 2025. This spot. This will be called November. Expenses. November. And then December. I have it. It is good when I don't poison myself. That's fair. What flavors are you digging right now? Or that do you have? I remember really liking the root beer one. My parents bought a soda stream because like my grandfather and I used to really like soda. And I mean, I was the one using it the most, but I really liked it. My mom would make it for me. And she would give me soda. I got to drink soda. Okay. I'm gonna wait on the December stuff for now because the December stuff is kind of like I haven't got charged for everything for December yet. So if that is the case, let me go to this folder. Let me go to this folder and then this folder and then this folder. And then we're gonna go here and click that into there. I'm gonna do a big so I can see the dates that this stuff happened. So this was the 3rd, the 4th, the 11th, the 23rd, and the 24th. 24th, and then we have Canva. Storage happened on the same day. I feel like you could live a real life. Then the 4th, nope. Subscription. I only have the blackberry and citrus that it came with, and I like the blackberry, but was thinking about getting more soda flavoring. Yeah, the soda flavorings are actually really good. Yeah, no, I would definitely. I mean, like I feel like they only could have gotten better, to be honest, like, or more better at mimicking the uh more better at mimicking the other thing. Sorry, I'm trying to think of a professional way to put this. Yeah, there we go. Happened on the 11th, and then tech hardware. And this one and this one, and then we can merge this one. I can't have it. There we go, and then this can be in the middle. Should all be in the middle. So oop. 9. And then 1. Oh, 7. Okay, and then the next set will be December. Chat December. I didn't color in the rest of these. Whoops. Boop. Not around. It don't feel the same. Okay, and then December. Doop doop. December, cool. Pin. B. Actually, unpin. Create. Add new group. Life. Call it life. What is this red tab? Delete group. Delete group. Okay. Close. Boop. Unpin. Oh, I can finally close a tab. Oh my god. Because I got my unemployment. Shit don't feel the same when you're home. Okay, that's all figured out. Ah, no, I still needed that tab. God damn it. I want to itch my ear, and I forgot that my ear hurts. Fucking goddamn it. And I know you feel the same way. Copy. What the fuck? I'm already logged in. What do you mean? I'm great. Boop. Ah, I see. Okay. Monthly. You need one for each X account you want. Oh? You need to add one. Wait. We'll just do one for now. What the fuck? How do I know? Was that? What? Okay, I guess it's... this one. Sometimes. Actually close that tab. At times as you believe. Cocaine, Jesus. Alright, I have to go to the restroom, but I will do that in 10 seconds. I just want to make sure that this site loads. Okay, well, actually, I'll wait for the site to load while I go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm gonna be completely honest. Gonna be completely honest there, buddy. Okay. Did that thing. Okay. Oh, my finger hurts for some reason. My cat wants me to play with her, so I'm gonna play with her for a little bit. No, she certainly body checked it. Okay, she's done. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. I can share my screen again. I like pinched my finger somehow. It hurts. The fuck? Ow. No, if I'll survive. Okay, I don't. I think if I'm gonna do this, I need to upload up until this video. Which, if that's the case, I need to upload. This one. Next, did you know? The last did you know was the cow one. That needs to be this one. Next, vibe and shine after card burners is no, I'm not a human. Then the next one after card, there's 30, 60, 61. And then 61, 26, 26, 55. And then kiwis. And then this one is what I have to do to catch up for all of this. Which I could do right now. Okay, so let me catch this up. This is 35. Dragons. Fall in love again and again. Fall in love again and again. Fall in love again and again. Fall in love. Blue gamer. VTuber, viewer clips, Twitch. This one. This one becomes this. This one. And then this turn off next. So anyway. And then what's next? It would be Oh, I'm missing a video. Oh. I'm looking at this one, Ruby. Zany. There we go. Okay, so V-stars and then roll for fun. Card burners. Yep, okay. Old skies. This is 53. Roll for fun. This one. Oops. Oh, I we'll reopen that in a second. Yeah, card game, video games, Steam, game news, let's play. Also, key mailer. Oops. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. B, C, D, E, English. Boundaries dancing slow. Vibe and shine. What number? 47. Vibe and shine 47. No, what I was thinking the other day, who was it that got me into starting watching Goth Gamer Goblin in your TikTok? Your TikTok there answers that, and I should have known it was you. Whoopsie. Technically, if it makes you feel any better, it's not technically my fault. It's Kiwi's fault because Kiwi is the person that told us about Goth Gamer Goblin, I'm pretty sure. So you're welcome. Also, I'm glad that you do watch them because that's cool. But also, that's nice because I saw you lurking in there the other day. I thought it was cool. I was like, oh, I know that name. That's my friend Rhino. I don't know what any of those hashtags meant, but okay. Shine. Because they have the little stream avatars things. I saw your name in there, and I was like, oh, it's Rhino. I was excited. Publish anyway. Close. 47. Okay, so this one got uploaded. And then Art of Gabby's is next. We highlight Art of Gabby. This one. We highlight. Gabby. We highlight this one, this one, this one, this one. Just gonna refresh that one really quick. Magic? What the fuck? What the fuck? We've been invited to the garden cared for by the lovely Fae VTuber Art of Gabby. This gorgeous artist, Gabby, magically intertwines color. Interesting. Okay. VTuber. Did you know it's a snail one? Is that this one? It is this one. Okay. Oh. Oops. I was gonna say, how did I fuck that one up? But it's because I had it twice. Snails have teeth. Oh, this is a song I think it is. It's not. Well, maybe it is. You know, it would be funny. I think it would be really fucking funny if we had a channel in the Discord called Feedback and anybody could give me feedback. And I think that'd be really funny because I feel like I could make content out of that and that'd be really funny. But also be a good chance for growth. Be a good growth thing as well. Like, I know it could open the door for a lot of spooky, scary people to be mean to me, but I could take it in stride and make it really funny. Shut the fuck up right now. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm not talking to you anymore. She looked at me, thinks she's so pretty. Hello, Kieran. Welcome on in. How was your stream? What did you guys get up to? How was Helldivers 2? Hi. How's it going? How was it? Did you have a good time? I sure do hope so. Hello. Welcome on in. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. I'm just kind of catching up on some videos for YouTube because I'm trying a different media marketing approach for these. So, you know, feel free, hang out. Hope you have a good time. It was good getting used to it again. Lots of death and destruction. Fuck yeah.
POV, I'm at your door. Open door.
Scaring the shit out of me. Hello, Grim. How are you doing? I'm presuming you were also doing Helldivers 2 with Kieran. We survived hell. Welcome on in. I hope hell was not too spooky, but regardless if it was or not, now you're in for a good time to hang out. Because we're just chilling. We're uploading videos to the social medias because we need to. Because in order for me to test this thing, I have to have videos uploaded in tandem. But yes, if either of you need a raid and rest, please feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you just enjoy hanging out. It's just not one word, and so YouTube is confused. I don't think it likes how long that is. Okay. Boop. Publish. Next. Public. Publish. Publish anyway. It's gonna be fine. Alright, no, I'm not a human is out. Just a handful of episodes more. I'm thinking I might have been 4 weeks behind. You folks can call a spade a spade. I watch the moon. Okay, so 48. What the fuck? 48. I'm working on 50. Wait, what's happening? I didn't such a nice place we are. Okay, so this one goes here. This one and then this one. Cool. Now we're all caught up. Cool. I'm like kind of considering if I just want to upload these and then save and close. So I can just get them all uploaded. Let's see, 48. Where is my folders? So it might be easier just to do it this way. Save and close, upload. Did it save and close? It did, cool. We highlight, and then did you know 27? 26. Right, because it's the carrot one. Yes, it's the carrots one. Save and close. And then V stars, which is Zany Pops. Ooh. Where is my emoji? There it is. Okay, I did that one. Vibe and Shine. Ray, did you know? Zany Pop. Valheim. Valheim. For one, Valheim. This one. This one. Valheim. Save and close. Upload. Vibe and Shine. 49. Cool. We're catching up, chat. We're catching up. Video editing. Vibe and Shine. 49. This one, this one, this one. And because I did the thing, this one's already rendered. So I'm cool like that. Save. And then we save and close and we upload. I go back to the highlight. We go Kiwi Sagas. So we do Kiwis. Wait for that one to upload. We can scoot stuff over though while we're at it. And then just need to do Did You Know? Save and close, upload, and then the last Did You Know video. Which are the bone dry ones. Cool. Alright, now we can go back in and do these. So I feel like this is a bit more structured because now I'm not going back and forth between so many things. Therapy. Sure. Okay, that has nothing to do with flip a clip, but I think that's okay. Vibe and Shine, this one. Visibility, public, publish. And then the highlight. This one is 61. And raise siren. You so I can climb right back. Oh, I also need to post my VOD from last week to today. The highlights. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Show more. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Publish. I want to be the Tism and hide my little self in my jacket because it has like a tall neck, but if I do that, then my mouth tracking can't be shown. And that makes me cry a little bit. Okie dokie, okie dokie, okie dokie, okie dokie, okie dokie. Did you know 26? I am weak. Hide. Hide. I think I'm on the carrots one. Nope. Yes. Each answer when you turn back. Hey, wait, I got a new complaint. English. Next. Publish. Close. Edit. V-stars. Bloop. 37. At Zany. Pop. This one. This one. Fine. It's cool. It's nothing but your love. It's you and it's fine. A fool. Someone. You can. I apologize for the YT shorts. Marketing. A new video schedule. Ready to become. Cool. Post video. Boop. Go away. Okay, so I don't think I have any drafts. Nope. Okay. Add video. This one. This is tomorrow's video. Okie dokie. And then I will finish this guy off. And then we'll do that again. 55. Valheim. You could kiss 100 boys in bars. Shoot another shot to stop the feeling. You could, it's just the way you are. Another excuse and a stupid reason. The English publish. public. Let's see. Can never escape the song because I like it. And then it's like, yeah, you listen to this so often, fuck you. Now you have to listen to it all the time, and I'm like, god damn it. Okay. Fishing, crochet, hope, course, no. Jule, A, B, C, D. I don't know if doing that matters. Two more videos. Paper cuts. Aldrich. Publish. Alright, and then today's Did You Know video. Yes. Should only have two on the screen at all times. Right row, yep. And then this one would only have the most concurrent one, so this one would only have one because it's separate. Pog. Try to do them within the weeks. I go out in a blaze of glory. I can't hear you. I don't feel you. Okay. Woo! All caught up now. Hey. Tag. So instead of each of us, we can just do that. Hold on. I want to do a thing. Streptobeeb. What the fuck even isn't a streptobeeb? Am I spelling this? What's a streptobeeb? Oh, it's one of those! The big mouth burb. Big mouth burb. Streptobeeb. Save changes, manage members, add members. Okay. I can say. Okay. So this will be tomorrow's videos. And then we will base it off of this. And then we're going to do this person. Did that do? I'm gonna hope that did that correctly. It might not work. This one. Edit current content. Oop, this one. And then I was scared of dentists and the talk. I was scared of pretty girls and starting conversation. All my friends are turning green. Physicians, assistants in their dreams. Oh. And actually, do I do a spacer? I don't remember anymore. I don't think I do. I don't think I space it. No, I do not. Okay, cool. Movie that I think you like. Change the post type. How do I change the post type? Oh, real. Poll. Oh. How? That becomes a reel. That's good. Allow comments. Select cover. Oh, okay. If you're gonna stay, then video title will be this. Be Pegasus Witch VT. Or I guess not adding them, but. And this is 39, I think. 38. 38. Okay. Something for kids. And then, oh, yes, the tags. Yes, I think that's all good. But I will check it. This. I think this one's all lowercase for you, TikTok. And then this one becomes this one, this one, this one. And go back to YouTube. Yeah, that's fine. Teams protect people. Smart links. Languages. Okay, if I click schedule now. Alright, let's do... Okay. So I don't get a no, so I'll base it off of, I guess, Insta. Insta's good at 10 a.m., so we will do this at... This one. This one. I don't understand how this one becomes... Monday to Sunday. Oh, wait. Okay. This week, yeah. Okay, that's fine. It looks like it's automatically clicking it for the best times, which is fine. Actually, I guess these ones can go out at the same time. And then let's go look at TikTok. YouTube. Like 350. Interesting. It's like selective, but you can't cancel some of it. Okay. And then I'm wondering if the analytics won't show for that because I need to have both a TikTok. No, I don't. Metric cool, not showing. Top best times. Okay, you know what we'll do? Hi, Bunby! Welcome on in. How are you doing? It's not showing us the best times and it's annoying me. Hello, how you doing? I don't know what the best time it would be for TikTok, and it's not showing it to me. It's annoying. Especially my mod's up a bit. Fair. I guess I'll do it at 2 p.m. 2:02. I guess that's fine. And then I don't know why it's not showing me the TikTok time, which is kind of annoying, but it's fine, I guess. I'll just change it on Saturday. I'll change it back to a personal. Maybe it'll show it to me again. Yeah. What's this what do? Best times. Oh. Isn't the calendar showing the TikTok best times? Okay, if your account has fewer than 100 ads, TikTok requires 100 followers. If your account meets the requirement, but the time still try. If they appear there, browser extension or blocker might be interfering. Additionally, oh, this one. This page refresh. Will this be the problem? No. Still not showing it, which is interesting. Okay, I have a question for it. Then I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do more connections. I'm going to do this one. Do you want to change the connection from personal to business? From business, no. Weird. Okay. I guess this is a good way to test their support, and it's only $3.50. So, where is the support button? It's gone. Cancel. Where is the support button? Oh yeah, okay. Insta. Where's the support button? Hi, Quetza. Where's the support button? Oh, wait. Oh, that's nice. How's it going, Quetz? Kitties are the sweetest. Okay. Just gonna check all these, I'd rather her be my teacher. Rather her. What does this mean? What does this mean? Youngins in chat. Hi, Chandler. Oh my god, hi, Chandler. Hi, Star. Hi, babies. Hi, loves. Do you guys know what this means? Guys, do you know what this chat? Help me. What does this mean, bro? I'd rather her be my teacher. GNG? What does this mean? Oh, Jesus. My mom has come. Oh, Jesus. Guys, what does that mean? I love Naomi. Good night, gamer. That's what I'm thinking. I have no idea. Is it saying, like, they wish I was their teacher? I don't know. I'm trying to do this whole market. What does it mean? What does what mean? This. I don't know what that means. Okay, that's good. I love my mom, but I'm not gonna reply to every single little heart comment she did, but I love my mom. You out to Amsterdam? I'm just gonna check all of these. I can't. There's too many. Gang? So this is the... Okay, so hold on. Bro, I'd rather her be my teacher, gang. I'd rather her be my teacher, gang. Okay, so they like what I do. So are you not aware that he is a hugely problematic person that platform? Leaf it, agreeing Leaf saying that trans... What are we talking about? What are we talking about here? Okay, I'm just gonna... This is... Okay, I'm just gonna... It's a yeah, I think they're just saying that they want... Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm, like, corresponding with this correctly. Because I don't want to be bad at it. I need metrical support. Where is the thing? How do I can I what do you mean I'm not? I just logged in, bro. I gave you my money. Don't sign me out. Keep me signed in. I gave you my money. Have you heard of the art of Orville Peck? I don't think I have. I know the popcorn Orville. Ooh, I will watch that later, okay, Star? My tasks. Interesting, okay. Brand settings? Choose an image from your this one. This one. Save changes. I found it. I found the contact support thing. Thank you for the wellness check. Gay cowboy outlaw with a voice like ooh. How do I contact support? Contact support. Hello. I just signed up for the starter. Signed up for the starter plan of which are cool. Really digging it's so far, but as I because it is about gay truckers. Fuck yeah. But as I switched my TikTok to business, it's not showing the best times to post for it anymore. Why is that? Anymore? Okay, well, I guess I have to stay on this page. Is that a new tab? Oh, cool. Okay, because I kind of want to stay on this page. Okay. Wait, did the song that you wanted, did that get in the queue? Hold on. Did it add to the queue? Oh, did Songify not open? Oh, I'm so sorry, Quits. Hold on. Songify did not open because I didn't set it up to open. Hold on. Sorry, I'm still adjusting to being on my main computer again. Delay, copy, paste, tools. Okay, there we go. Let me fix that. I want to play a game. Chat, the AI, the chat support is asking if I want to play a game. Can I zoom in on it so you can see it? Fucking my head's in the way. Hold on. Oh, Jesus. Oh. What is the Twitch dot? Let me just copy it. What was I gonna say? Maker Day. It said if I wanted to play a game, and now it's gone. Now I'm sad because I kind of wanted to play the game. Okay, well. I wonder if doing this is taboo. If, like, showing this kind of stuff is taboo. Or considered taboo a lot of the times. But I don't give a shit. Blue sky. That's these ones. Thursday, Friday. Add a video. This one. Video. Showing what is taboo. The marketing stuff. Like this. Because you don't see this a lot. I feel like content creators don't talk about, like, posting using, like, media management sites and stuff. I'm like a secret shopper, guys. But I gave them Did I give them $22? I think I gave them $27 because I wanted to add a TikTok or a Twitter account. I gave them $27. True, they don't really like to talk. They don't really talk. But why? Oh, no, I know why. Because everyone's competing, right? Which one did you end up using? I actually ended up using Metricool. So I was looking at Trusted Pilot for a lot of stuff. Because Pixels was like, oh, by the way, don't forget to check out their Trusted Pilot reviews for all the things you're looking at. Ooh. Okay, what's the email? Gmail.com, I think. Metricool.com. Hold on. I have to look at something and I can't show you guys. Yeah, it's competition. Then they also want to be paid. I guess so. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I get it, but at the same time, it's kind of like, if we don't help each other do these things, like, we're not gonna, like, it's better if it's a communal thing. Sorry if I'm not making sense. I'm running on 1 hour of sleep. No, you're totally good. Star, if you need to get sleep, please get sleep. Do not put yourself first. But this was the example of what I was looking at. So I looked up Social Pilot, 2.4 stars, and I was like, oh. And so I was looking at other ones, and Metricool had 4.2 stars, and it had pretty good pricing. It was quite competitive with Social Pilot, actually. Publer, I was like, But Metricool is actually kind of nice, because it, like, it... I thought it was funny because trusted by teams at, and one of them is Burger King, so I was like, well, I mean, if Burger King likes them. And also, I thought it's a good one, and I can send this to you if you're interested in it. It is backed by social media platforms that you are trying to work with, right? You are trying to push the algorithm of things like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Blue Sky, TikTok, and even Twitch. You got an affiliate link? No. Can you get an affiliate link? Affiliate program! I want to join the affiliate program. Hold on. What? Oh shit, this is like a free thing. Oh! Oh shit. Okay, hold on. I'll send you the affiliate link later. Cause I wanna ask. No, it's fine. I can just send it now. Alright, I got you. Let me send it to you in DMs. Oh shit, I was not expecting it just to be like open like that. That's so cool. Could I get a custom link though? Cause I want a custom one. Can I have a custom one? I'll share your stuff. I'm literally gonna be free advertising it every single day on my stream, so I will wait to ask for that after they answer my question on giving me my thingy. I got you, Star. Whoa, Quetz, what is this? Whoa, Quetz, what is this? Oh, yummy. Settings. How do I clear my cache? How do I do that? Delete cache, delete data. Cancel. Mini-Mac I'm painting? Cool. Move the cache. But it still isn't showing. I'm using Brave browser, so not sure if that's anything. I don't have any ad blockers on or anything though. Dee dong dong bong dong dee dong bong dong dee dong dong. I guess I could go to my, hold on, I gotta go the other for our back tea. Oh yeah, oh, I hope you have so much fun with that. Is that gonna start soon, or is that in like a few hours? Oh, don't even ring. Shit out. Comfort. Is it my browser? It's my browser. Fuck. It might actually be my browser. So otherwise it could be one of my other apps, which would not make me happy. Hoping it is not the case. Okay, it's a plugin I have. But I don't know which one. Searching. Hello, Lady Ace. How you doing? Welcome on in. Cache. Cookie signs you out of most sites. Cached images. Delete data. Exit. Maybe I need to restart Brave? I'm feeling much better than yesterday. Not feeling sick anymore. I'm glad. I suppose you have a PU. I tried Google. I tried Chrome and incognito page on Brave, and both work. My body won't let me draw. Well, it's good for you to take care of yourself, you know, so take time that you need to. Pen. What is this? Franker face. I need that. I need those two. Hide placeholder of blocked elements. Bro, what plugin is it? It doesn't even work. Manage extensions. Delete. Remove. Holy heck. 10. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to turn these all off. Hard as rock. You're not gonna turn me around. Why is it not working? Cookies manage. Delete, delete, done. Reload. Is that a rainbow monkey plush? It is a rainbow monkey plush! I'm proud that you know what that is. Rainbow monkey, oh so very round and oh so chunky. Okay, I fixed it. Oh, I got disconnected. I was disconnected because I cleared my cache because I had an issue with the TikTok best time showing, but I fixed it. But I had another. I know, right? But I had, but I had one more question, and that was, is it possible to get a custom affiliate link? I want to share metric cool on stream as I do co-working on Twitch. One of my viewers are interested. Trying it out. Harder tonight. I want to see if it does the game thing again. Can I move this? I can't. I want to know. By the way, I clicked on the affiliate link, but it takes me to the homepage and not the pricing packages. It's because there's a free version. I think that's because there's a free version. So you can sign up for free without using your credit card, and it gives you a lot of this planner stuff for free. Like you can see the TikTok best times and YouTube best times and schedule stuff for free. The things that like the paid for version gives you is more like API in-depth stuff and access to be able to connect your Twitter account. So you really don't need it unless like making sure you can post on Twitter at the same time is important. Play a game. Oh my god. Crispy Bird. It says I can play Crispy Bird. This is so loud. This is so fucking loud. Holy shit, that is loud as fuck. Hold on. Didn't fix it. Oh god, stop playing. I was so loud. One of the only games that made me... I really liked the game. I was never really that good at it, but I liked it. Okay, so the TikTok, I need to see the percentages. Cancel. Okay, so I'm interested in what the percentages are for... That's good. Hello, thank you for going to... In case we have an affiliate... In this case, we have an affiliate program. I can share this articles. I can give you a guide. Open the Ghetto tab. What is it? Where can I find my affiliate? How can I request payments? Terms of use.
Have a Metrable account, your affiliate link, a payments page, so that will work. Basically, you share your link, which is maximum of $50 per user. So for everyone that you refer that converts to a premium user, you will earn a commission on that amount. And because
okay, that's cool. That's fair. Like if someone pays for it, I'd get money. That makes sense.
You just have to be a user of some sort. So this is OpenM's environment to see a bunch of different settings. Once you click on affiliation,
I don't really want to go through all of that stuff. I'm gonna be honest. Affiliate program. Graphic elements, tutorials, earn money, receive commissions of a maximum of $50 per user. That makes sense. Not really seeing if that has like how to make a custom like metrical. What was the other link? The metrical like maincoow or something. It's really cool that I can do this like this though, because I actually quite like that quite a bit, because then I don't have to like technically upload from here, which I think is good. Ring, ring, ring. Look, 3 clicks. Look at you guys clicking. I can't believe they put Flappy Bird in that thing though. It's kind of funny. So with your starter plan, you can only have access to the scheduled posts from Metrical. Access to Oh, so it'll only look at posts within Metrical. Okay, that makes sense. No, in this case, it is not possible to make a custom link. There's a section in your account that appears as... Got it. Thank you so much. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Well, it's interesting that most of my TikTok demographic is male, because there's a lot of girly pops on Twitch. It's very interesting. It's very interesting to see this. For you, following profile search. It's very interesting that it's a lot on the For You. But Twitch, YouTube doesn't have a demographic. Does this one though? It doesn't. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I'll keep it on the TikTok one since the TikTok one is usually what we're going to be using. Is there a way to have dark mode? Day. Time zone. Save change. I prefer to be blinded. I know! You sent me... Oh my god, you sent me like a screenshot of your Discord or something and it was in bright mode and I was like, my eyes. Oh. One extra thing. Wait, is it in brand settings? Can I make it dark mode? Is there a dark mode? I'm gonna ask support if there's a dark mode. They'll either just not respond to me or they'll be like, yeah. Let me add in a brand. Current brand added. Are you sure? Accept. So, no networks commanded. Okay. Let's call this enshrined. And then I will have to deal with that later because I don't currently have the logins for any of those right now. Smart links. What's this? What is this? Multiple links in your social networks and clickable. Take your audience strategic content from your social network. Create links for all your posts and clickable buttons with customized colors. Drive your followers to. What is this? It's like a website kind of thing? This is kind of like a link tree. Bright mode? Is that like light mode but worse? Kinda. Kinda. I don't like it. It might it's so bright. Club homepage. Oh, this is like a link tree. Interesting. You can make your own link tree with this. This is kind of cool. I paid money for this. I paid money for this. Okie dokie, thank you. Okay, I want a different image. I want where my arch of me Momoki. Accept. Oh, club homepage. What about the background? I mean, no. That's kind of sick, though. This is actually kind of sick, though. Outline. Yo, this is actually kind of sick, though. Because I don't like maintaining my website. Oops. Page. Huh? This is actually kind of cool. This is kind of cool. Okay. I probably will edit that later. That's cool. Probably should add that to my social media accounts. That's really cool. I liked knowing that. This bitch comes with a link tree type website thing. It's cool. Support super nice as well. The voices are telling me facts about Steve Harvey. I want to know facts about Steve Harvey. Is he the Harveyest of Steams? Good lord, my eyeballs. Like, I go between, like, this, where it's, like, darker, and then I go here, and it just flashbangs me. Okay, so... That's fine. We have to create a new post, though, for tomorrow. Or, not for tomorrow, but for Friday, which is going to go on these sites. This will become a reel and a short. Add a video. This video will be the Mimesies video. This don't go to sleep, no. Do. Upload a video thumbnail. Stream. Where is it? Folder for fun. Sheesh. Steve Harvey used to be a funk. No way. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Was like, I don't know.
British thing.
Oh, did Ruby not?
Get rid of the penny.
I am good. Beezy. Beezy. I'm Hangy. And oh my god, so many people. I didn't mean to do it like
more
this.
than you know, the original art.
Mute say okay. Open link in new tab. Open link in new tab. There's so many of my friends streaming right now. Pengy's also streaming. Did you say Pengy? Yeah, Pengy's streaming. Pengy. Pengy. And a reminder that you are adored. Maincoow Schmitten. Beep. I'm just gonna put this for everybody. Because I like doing that. All my friends play Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals overstimulates me, though. Oh, I was already in Bambi's chat. Oops. And then Beezy! Fucking love Beezy. Fucking love Beezy. Oh, wait. Unmute. 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 Okay, there we go. Is that... Unmute. Everyone's has to be unmuted, so it counts as a viewer, I think. Okay, roll for fun. Mimes this. Well, I was confused at first. This game was a hoot. And then... Ooh. And YouTube presets needs a... This is video 56. Mimesis. No, it's not made for kids. It is for entertainment purposes, or gaming, actually. Gaming purposes. And then its tags become... Oops. This. Then add to playlist, roll for fun. Schedule. I like the UI of this though. It's very nice, and you can see how it looks in vertical and horizontal, which is cool. I quite like this. It's actually quite nice. Alright, so this is pending. That's fine that it's pending. I want to split it up though. Why is it not split up? Edit by oh, yep. Edit schedule. Oh, okay, there we go. So for TikTok tomorrow, looks like the best time is again around here, like 12:49. For Instagram, ooh, it's not really. It's like Instagram doesn't really have a great time. So we'll do this one here. And for YouTube, 45. Do this one here. Ooh. It's really picking that as the best time, huh? Okay. 1, 2. I'm gonna move this one down here so that they're coming out at similar times. Yeah, I like that. I like that. And then if I want to post anything else, I can post it manually, I think. So I think that'd be better. Interesting. Okay, cool. Oh, I need to do that in the Discord really quick. Nope. I want to make a new category. Oh, it's this way. Private category next. No, but create category. Add backer announcements. Check your DMs. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I was trying to do a work thing. Baby! Oh my god, he's gonna have a smolder when he goes up. He's already got that baby smolder. Oh my god. Pixel's gonna do the eyebrow thing. Like, how, this? I can do this, but to a minor degree, because I don't have good control over my eyebrows. But Pixels has like a really good control over his eyebrows, and that baby does too. That baby does too. How to create a Discord link that'll give someone a special role. Link role. Does Carlbot do this? Carlbot, do you do this? You and me, hello as to ever can say. Oh man. Thick eyebrows help. Thick eyebrows do help. I have very thin eyebrows. What's this? Voice link? You can now... Ooh, I just want to know what it does. Carlbot. To create a Discord link or message with Carlbot that gives a user reaction role by giving a reaction role mark. So we'd have to do it with linked role, which requires members to verify via external connection. This is not. Creating linked roles. To create a linked role, you can go server settings, create a new role, links. After creating a new role, okay. I gotta do this really quick. Server settings. Go away. I don't know what this means. I should read this. Historically, pinned messages and bypass slow mode were controlled by permissions intended for moderators, such as manage message and manage channels. However, these permissions grant access to more destructive actions, such as deleting other people, such as adding. So if I did this and I did Kickstarter backers and I made it like this color. Kickstarter backers and then links. How do I do it for Patreon? Linked roles, create add a requirement. Steam. How pixels? GitHub, Facebook, every domain. How do I do with the Patreon though? Link roll Discord, Patreon, not Patreon, Kickstarter. In the questions and answers area, add the link and every other update mention your server. That's not what I had. Just like Kickstarter rank and Discord link it. Hey. No. Okay. Okay. Wait, did that say you can link it? Account settings, link your forum account to your Discord communication server. This will allow Discord to display your Kickstarter rank in the official. Oh, so this is the post Discord link forum link. What? Generate an invite to add a user to a role. This isn't a feature. I don't know what to put here. Okay, linked role. How to get a linked role? How to auto sign people from a certain link. Discord. New users. How to assign Discord you're using invite links.
Called better invites, and this bot specific, for example, bot display, which is test that to assign the invited member test role. So what we can do is go ahead and send that specific invite link to my alt account. We're going to swap over to my alt account.
Better invite. Oh, that would be easiest. We're 12, Twitch tail, Twitch. What? 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 I want you all the time. Enshrined. Continue. Continue. Okay. Display members separately from online. Put these here. Save changes. Better invites. Where the fuck is it? Oh, fuck. Server settings. Also, welcome back in, Cole. Thank you for the check-in. Or the robots. But what? It didn't. What? Anyway, only does Alyssa's control instances. Okay. So I have to make a new invite.
Huh?
Create invite link. Edit link. No limit. Never. Generate new link. Copy link. Okay. Bot. Ignore this channel. Mute this channel. Mute this channel if you want. It's just so Elaine can do bot commands. Pin message. Yep. Slash. Create invite this one. This one. This one. This one. Select roles. Kickstarter backers. Yep. Okay, select the invite Discord to select the roles when someone's given, so go to server. Okay, cool. Cool. Marketing. There go. This cannot be shown. Yes. Hold on. Can you come here? God dang it. I did the thing. So this specific invite will, if they join with that invite, it should give them the role. Yes. God damn it. Sorry, I'm gonna put it in the marketing channel, so. If Elaine, then beep, else bop. Yep. So hopefully that works the way I want it to. Get your number. HOTTOGO, you can take me hard to go. HOTTOGO, I have to survive package. TNT, I don't think I do yet though. That's the wrong one. This one. Oh, my nose just. Take me out to go. Nope. Okay. To this Discord link above as it should assign Kickstarter starter role. Ryan is testing this right now. Save. Okay. Got all that work stuff done. Don't save this one. Today we need to work on V stars and roll for fun. I really need to finish the stuff for Fishmas, so kind of want to do that now really quick, so let me do that. Do I have all the colors in the bag? Oh, wait. Category, edit category, permissions, add members or rules, Kickstarter backers add. Cool. Okie dokie. Leave me high and dry. A lush comes through eyes at the stream. Have you leave behind. Okay, that's rolled up. Okay, so got this red, pink, light pink, got a peach, so that means we don't need this pink. Yeah, we don't need that pink because we already have a peach and a pink. A yellow. Do I want to use any other yellows? I could use this one. I don't know why I uncapped. Let me do that. Beep, beep, beep. Okay. Think. Do I have two types of red in here? I do. I have a dark red. So I'll take this pink out as well. Let's use salmon instead of the light pink. And then orange. Actually, this one's more of a yellow than an orange. So, well, now that I look at them side by side, that is not true. I have another orange. I think this one's an orange. Because my bright orange I was using as a thing. Oops. Don't think about it, cat. Rainbow. Rainbow indeed. So I just take this as a sign. Oh. Okay, this pink. This orange? Is this more of a yellow? No, this one's like a... I can't tell. Yay, set up account. Awesome, Star. I hope you like using it. This one might be a nice orange instead of using that one. I'm trying to think so. I think we use that one instead of that one. And then... I'm gonna do free until I get some content made. Good idea. You bugaboo, you're in my way. Bugaboo, you're in my way. Okay, I need you to back the fuck up, dog. Okay, Roy G. Green. I have these two greens. And then I have this blue, a really nice blue, and then like a sky blue. Roy GB indigo. This purple and this purple. These two can go in this bag. Roy GB blue, purple. Do I have more purples? I think we need a like a we need like a tan. This is a nice blue too. So use that blue as well. And then we'll have brown and black. And then I'm going to set this aside into here. So I'm all disoriented. Are there any other colors that I want? Or G-Biv, yep. No. Also light green. Other blues, the cursed green. That one. Do a gray? We could do a gray. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. This is 19. The gray will be 19. What color are we not really having? Lane, you're the goat. You're the goat, Shaler. Let's see. Could use that one. Don't really have an orange. No, we have an orange. What about this one? This one's very close to that color, so maybe not. Let me see. Trying to think what other colors would be good here. We have black. We have green. I found another saturated green. But we already have like a lighter green. Blues. I could use one of these other blues. Like a normal blue. Yeah. Should I do a purple? No, I think the light purple and the dark purple are good variants. Okay. I'm gonna take a picture of all of them on my desk because this is the colors that I see. Moira. God damn, I was trying to take a picture of that. Please. You're being a bum. There you go. Okie dokie. Then I will take all the correctly bald ones and put them in my bag, my crochet bag. Actually, okay, wait. I'm switching the pinks. Instead of a hot pink. It's hot pink because it's my cat. Are you color challenged? No. I just have like 50 colors. Yeah, we'll use this one instead. Is this a pink? I think it's pink. It's just really warm. Yeah, it's pink. Cool. Okay, because I want to save this other pink for my cat. That's her favorite color. Or I presume it's her favorite color at the very least. Okay. Okay. I'll take the rest of the bald ones. Just all the colors, indeed. Okay. Okay. That means I just have to ball these ones up later. And then these guys, because they'll be used for later. Whoop. I cannot put them in this bag. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm gonna keep the pink in here because I'm gonna keep using it. Those are the rolled balls that I'm not using. Stop buying the fit. No! It comes with a sharpener on the back, and I like it. Stop my peen. Never. Okay. 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 I don't know if you guys heard that, but it popped my neck and it felt good. Conditions. Okay. No one else can feel your lips. Okie dokie. $20 colors, yes, okay, cool. And then I'm replacing the pink with this pink, which I think they're very similar, so You guys get to see my messy desk as I did that. Don't be a goober, please. Please. Go lay down. Go lay down, goober. Okay, so hello, sir. Not yet. Did it work or no?
No.
So I joined. Okay, this progression is set me on, and it gave me.
So that's the landing page, and then it's like do this stuff. It's like a task list.
Yeah.
And it gave me a seeker role, but nothing else. And those are like the server rooms that I have access to.
What account did you join it with?
It's called Texels.
Texels? Okay. Wrong.
You just go on the welcome channel. It's the first one there.
Okay. Selected invite, select the role you want to give them. Please give me roles higher than the ones you are trying to sign.
Does the bot not have like roles finding guys?
It does. Server settings. But it's... There we go. Add role. Robots. But I think, does that mean... Wait. Please give me roles higher than the ones you're trying to assign. Can I do that? I can't interact. Okay, so that means... I can't... Please give me roles higher than the ones you're trying to assign. I think that just means... Jesus. Server settings. Role. I think that just means... What are the robots? This one? I think robots have to be above... that, then? Maybe that's the problem. I think it worked. Because it doesn't have that thing anymore. Yeah. Whoa! But I have the green one. I like the green one.
Would you like?
Oh, wait, one of them blue.
They're both blue and green.
Yeah. Chad told me to stop buying the 50 color crayon box, and I don't wanna. Because I was going through my yarn. They're like, stop buying the 50 fucking Crayola color box. I'm like, no, it comes with a sharpener. Oh, can you stop being a menace? Oh, yoinked. 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 Go in the warm. I probably should change that too. I don't do that right now. Hi. Yeah, you were struggling for no reason, goober. Dang. Okay, dang. And this one will be this color. The orange will be... Oh, wait, no. This one needs to be next to pink. This one. Wait. I forgot. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. So this one. And this one. Nani? Did I fuck up? Sorry. I have a microphone. Oh, this is like a bright red. On the camera, did it show up as a pink? It does, but it's like a red. It's like a bright red. And then this one is like a dark blood red, so we can make it a bit more saturated. It's like a maroony red. Navigating. It's more saturated. You goober. You goober. You being a goober. No one's zipped up. You'll be fine. Okay, so that's a bright red. And then we wanted this neon pinky. And then we have the salmon color. Right? The salmon one? Yeah, like the salmon pink. Yeah, that color. And then we have yellow. And then it can be different on screen unless you have the color corrected on your monitor. Oh, I don't. I'm doing it this way because, like, this is the color that I see. So, wait, hold on. Let's do it this way, actually. Because I think I'm starting to be able to decipher what colors they are. Kit. I'll do it this way. They don't work. Did you join the right link?
Yeah, I clicked the link that you sent in the marketing channel. It just sends me to the rules page, but there's no.
Well, yeah, it's gonna send you to the.
Well, I just mean it doesn't do anything else. Like, there's no role that it assigns. I tried it on both my accounts.
Which one was it? GXB. This one. I guess. It is why some places call out the Pantone numbers. Yeah, but, like, listen, they didn't give me Pantone numbers. They just gave me this, okay? I don't really have Pantone numbers. They just gave me... This is not the right one. This one. It was this one. They didn't give me Pantone. They gave me this. So it's a 66. So I got a 52 pack, though. Okay. Anywho, I think I can decipher which one is which from this picture, though. Yes. Okay, so this one should be this color. And then there's like a fluorescent red that I'm using, which should be this one. And then I'm using... Where's the pink? It's not this one, it's the one next to it. It's this one. And then we're using the salmon color, which is this one. And then we are using the yellow, which is this one. And then we are using the fall yellow, which is this one. Elaine's stinky if she can't read this? Bro, I'm not stinky then. I ain't no stinky then. Okay, what's next? Is the greens. What greens did we choose? Oh no, that's the oranges next. Okay, so I had this orange, which is like a fall orange, and then this orange, which is like a lighter faded orange, which I think is this one. It's a bit lighter than this, though. I feel like it's a bit more faded than the one showing in the image, but that's okay. Oops. I worked for a while at a copy and print near the comedy wanted. Nope, that was the wrong code. We did it again. It's still wrong. Fair. Testing in my mobile chat broke. Fair. they colorblind? Possibly. What if they were? You think. Go do something else. Okay, and then we want the fall orange. Yeah. Yeah, because it's a newcomer thing. So now your thing should have, yeah, Kickstarter and Seeker. Yeah. Because if you're already in the server, I have to give it to you manually. I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of. Like, we can do a reaction roll thing, but then anybody can do it.
That's fine. I guess we just had to be clear where it's like, when we're sending it out, we'd be like, hey, if you're not, like, it would be one of those things where it's like, we'd have to just be like, if you're already in the server and you do username, if you're not, click this link and you'll get it automatically. Is that what it would look like?
Mm-hmm.
It's working.
Okay, good. Yep. What other blue did I give you guys? Oh, I give you, like, the cerulean blue. It's this one. Ooh, nice. 6 out of 8. Finally, we had the boss, and their art person come in. Turns out their art person was colorblind. Star knew it. Star called it. I did this wrong. We have 1, 2. Did we do? Is that a green? It's like a mint green. Okay. So 1, 2, 3 mint green. This one becomes this one. This one becomes this color. This one then becomes the green that is shown, which it's this one. And then this one, I think. And then we have the mint green, which is this one. It's not that fluorescent, though, I would say, but that's okay. RGB, and then purples. Yeah, oh, wait, no, we had it another blue. No, we did the cerulean blue. And then that's a brown, gray, black, and then tan. Yeah, so next is the purples, where we have this dark purple. And then I did the lavender one. The lavender one. And then I did this skin tone one, which I think is this one. And then, oh, where's the white? We will have white. So we'll do white. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So 3 blues? Oh, I forgot the light blue. Okay, so this one would be P. Then this, and then the light blue, which is light blue, right? Light blue? Yes, this light blue is more like the sky blue, so it's like that one. So it's like this one. No, this one? It's more like this one. Blue, purple, white, skin, tan, brown. Making sure that's the right brown. It's more of a warmer brown than a cold brown. It's like this one. And then black. Excuse me. Alright, you goob. There's no more yarn on my desk. Okay. Color 4. Color 1. You are in my way, Moira. 2, 3, 4, and then 1. Euro Papa, Euro Papa. Moira, you are in my way, bro. Please. Please. Just come here. Come here. Cargo, yeah, fish and chips. Close. Okay. Ja, det är brute. Europa, Europa. I actually got pounded by that stats exam. I am sorry. But I'm hoping you're happy that it's over. Banking on a curve? What does this mean? You're okay. It goes there. These guys go. Look at Elaine procrastinating on her work. That's not going the way I wanted to. Okay. There's the color palette. And I'm just going to center him. And then we're going to do... What is happening here? Oh, I miss the days I could go straight home after work. How come you can't just go straight home after work? What do you mean you can't just go straight home? Area. I would like a treat. I had all my talkies, they're all gone. I had them all yesterday. Oh, I did one. Came out kind of jank though.
Oh yeah. What about it is jank? Like just the whole nature of it.
He's not supposed to look like that. He's supposed to look like this.
I don't think you're gonna get that from this, honestly.
I keep having to go to stores. Put your foot down, Kiwi. Should I just keep doing it by hand?
It's up to you. I mean, if we fix the handle, which I think I know how to do, it might be easier, but it's not going to be as like precise.
Well, they don't have to be precise. They're not all the, like... The nice thing I did find out and made sure that it was a centerable. The problem, I think, is, like, when I pull it off, it pulls the center. It prolapses the center. Pixels, it prolapses the center of my...
Stop it. Stop probing the ball.
Prolapses my yarn.
So, like, how would you need to pull it off? Like, is there a way to, like...
I don't know, because the problem is there's such a wide range for it. And that would make sense for a bigger spool of yarn.
Yeah.
But because mine's so small, it's kind of like it starts here and then it's like balling here. And then, like, when you pull it up, like, the center goes in and it prolapses. No game schedule today? No, not today. Not today.
Yeah, 'cause it kind of needs to start like here to get over the ears.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay, have fun. Will do. Boop. But no game schedule for today. I'm hoping to play some shum 3, 4 some selection area. Sorry, my brain thinking to play some Minecraft today, but we shall see. What are we listening to? Oh. This to be centered. Still accurate. I'd modified this one though a little bit. This one, quick explain. Fishmas color one. Save, yes. And then 3, export. Sorry. And my cat wants to play. I think that's why she's being a menace. Were you sharpening up your claws, baby? You're tweaking. Stop. It looks weird. She'll like lick at her shoulder and it looks funny because she like contorts in a really weird way. But I needed to pick up cake. Fair. But still. Well, I guess the birthday season will be over soon, you know? So it'll be okay. Alright, dashboard. Don't know where I put that file. Club Fishmas, okay. Example pick from buff tart art. Lanes will be more scuffed. Never been before. Ooh, I did it wrong. Elena's thinking really hard. I should have people to do my errands fair. I'm here for it. Yes. To export. Sample pics from buff.art, i.e. this may take a while. Delete. There we go. Wait, why is it not exporting with the... That's why. Frick. Because I'm not selecting the group, so it's not having the... Moira, what you doing, bug? Are you being a heretic right now? Because I don't play with heretics. Moira. Get down. Get down. Thank you, Moira. Export. What do you think it would be the fancy equivalent of digital currency? Like how everyone uses fancy equivalent of digital, like how everyone uses a debit credit card instead of cash. Probably like a mana transfer. Like you have a little gem. And you store your money in the gem. Or a mana amount in the gem. Or it's like a bag of holding, but for gems. Or coins or whatever. Or gold. And use a little gem. Alright, let me preview this. Choose a drop down. Then I gotta fix one of the responses. Alright, and then I just wait for it to save, and then I can go edit videos. Cool. Wait for mini PC. Tomorrow. Hi. Oh, forgive me. Sorry for my sins. Meow. Oh. You're gonna get it. You're gonna get it. Oh, my goofy goober. Okay. This one. I was thinking about something like a mana transfer too, but I don't know how banking would work unless the banks act like a relay. Yeah, kind of like you could like deposit some and stuff. Otherwise, I would do it like a bag of holding. The gems are a bag of holding that will or like a slate, a magic slate that acts exactly like a credit card as it holds money within it. And then like you can only summon as much as you know that you have. So it's very important to keep a ledger because I feel like a lot of fantasy things include like a ledger. Okay, so this one's a little loud. So -1. I kind of want to do a thing here really quick. Boop, boop. I've seen somebody in manga use guild cards like bank cards. Yeah, you could do that if you wanted to do it like that. I would probably do like slates, like thin slates. Can put coins in the card. Yeah, like a bag of holding. Yeah. Unless you wanted something new and innovative, then you might have to give me a second to think of something. No more play? Ooh, good leap. Okay. Thank you for the lurk! Talking goat TTV. Ooh, they're a goat. I like goats. Let's see and look. Phrasing. Let's see. There's like a moment of silence, right? Like absolute silence. Calico. More of a thought experiment while doing errands than an actual idea. Fair. But yeah, I think my first one will probably be mana. Otherwise, if it's guild, it could be like rank. Rank equal money. But the ranks have like decimal points within them. Like billionaire, millionaire, so on and so forth. We love you. Hope dentist goes well. Oh, my knuckles. Okay. Community. Well, mana could work like the time banking and Justin. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking of like the time movie. And like it'd be nice because then it kind of can be like, oh, well, everyone has Aether, you know, but not everybody has a lot of it. And that goes with a lot of like fantasy settings where it's like everyone's connected to the ether, the Aether, or like some sort of like mana space, but not everybody can wield it. And I feel like that can be the same set for money. Pokemon. Here. Kirby Raiders. Locked. This is locked. And using spells literally costs money, so mages need sponsors for big spells. Yeah! Which could lead to a world of corrupt. You could have a really good corrupt storyline with that, I feel like. Greed and corruption with that one. I'm gonna look up... Not that. I was gonna look up the word cow, and I was like, that's not how that works. Strawberry. Goku, lend me your power. Money spirit bomb. I like it. You guys can hear this. Hold on, let me mute it. Not this one. I can vibe with this one. Video editing, V-stars. Reminds me of a manga where the MC would lend out stats and it would pay back in interest. Damn, that sounds cool. Did I have a thing for Fishmas yet? Stream, Twitch, events. Milk Club, Cribma. 2025, Fishmas. I gotta put one more thing on the form. History, Milk Club, Fishmas. TOS. I'll do my best to shut them all out at once, so maybe a little while before you receive them, but I will be. TLDR. It may take a hot second. Hot. I'm filling out this form. You promise to be patient with your milk, ma'am. And be getting no refunds. Okay. Save. Cool. Fantasy manga is full of cool concepts with lazy writing. Oh, I could definitely see that. Okay, this one can go here now. Goes here. Then we go here, and then we gotta link lock those. I can go to video editing, V stars, penny scentless. This one. Which one do I want? I think I want this last one as the. Okay. I think that one could be in the middle. I don't really want to do that one. I'm gonna do this one. I like that one. Let's see. 1, 2. So let's pin that there. Oops, not there. Link clips. This one. I just want to find a piece of it that looks sweet. I like that part. Let's do this word. No cropping, crop top, 72. 420 or 78? Is it 78 or 74? 72? 78. 78. I feel like the today got cut off a little bit. Yes. Boop, boop. Okay. Save, and then we'll lock it again. Boop. We're gonna add a track so I don't fuck with that one. Alright, there you go. And then make sure the cover. Yep, okay. Which one do I want to start with? We could just go in order, I guess. Actually, let's do. I'll probably be more like this. Okay. We'll do this one. And then we'll take this guy, this guy, this guy, apply, retain. We're gonna zoom it out. Just until. Ew, Kiwi, what the fuck? I like this part. 1, 2. Kind of like this section, like this one. Strawberry. Okay, and then we can go into like things like this. Apply, retain, scoot it on over. Embrace the Chads. The Chads, I don't want to. I don't want to. He's weird looking. He's a little ugly, if I'm honest. He's not really my cup of tea, if I'm honest. Oh, can I scoot this? Oh, I can. Yes. Okay. I want one that's like this one. We'll do this one. Bring her up. Do this one. Take this one. Thinks I don't cry ever. Save my very dirty soul. 1, 2. I think that one should go there. They just have really big booba. That's just how it kind of is. Okay. Just making sure. What the fuck? Can you save my very dirty soul? Can you save her? Where is a clip with them playing with friends? That one has a friend in it. I think that one might be the only one I grabbed with someone else in it. Oops. Bring this up. Oh my, okay. Like a doll. Me like a doll. Rabbit. That's incredibly sweet. This one. We don't have this one in here yet. Can you save my heavy teddy soul? I actually quite like their model. I like how sparkly it is. Right here. 1, 2. And then let's do this one. Apply. Let's do this one. Oops. Let's do this one. Did I not? Oh no, I didn't have this one. Okay, cool. Actually, I kind of want to bring this up so that way I can just grab the correct positioning. When I was young and stupid, my love to be a rock and roll star. Evil deeds, don't worry. 1, 2, milk. Things you couldn't imagine. How triggering for people would it be if I put... Oh my god, I want to play some Blueprints. I want to play that game. That's fine. For me to say Kirby Air Raiders and then put a thing of Mario Kart. You think that'd be triggering for people? Hope it is a little bit. It's like Pokemon. Apply. Finally hitting home. Woohoo! 2. Even Kirby Air Raiders. I'm gonna put the Mario Kart one in here. I actually really wish I could play Mario Kart, the new one. I want to play. I love all Mario Kart. Mario Kart is one of my favorite Nintendo games. Although you're looking for chill vibes. This one. Apply, retain. 2. Chill vibes. We're gonna do this one. Link clips. I feel like enough to get you on a small VTuber news channel. I don't know about that. I don't think people care that much. We want something exciting happening. We want Pokemon. We'll do Monster Hunter. Do not compare my Go Kirby to that Animal Mario. I'm not comparing them. I was just saying it. I'm just wondering how people would react. I mean, I guess I now know how they'd react, but I just thought it would be funny. Actually, it's this one. This one. This one has the most part of the audio. Oop. Penny has you covered. Nah, did I do that? I think I did that one. Let's do some Hollow Knight. Maybe on the same level as seeing someone put their bare feet on the dashboard. Damn! I did not know people would be this upset about it. I mean, I guess what did I expect? But like, I think it'll still be a funny meme to do that. And I mean, I'm very curious if anybody would comment on it, but I mean, I doubt it. Let's do Deltarune. This is actually Undertale, I think. What is looking wrong? Would it be blue? I wish you could see the wicked truth. I wish there was that skill in you. I didn't do this Mario one. It's content, it is. Sometimes I rage bait. Not on purpose. Just kind of happens. Guys, I want to play Super Mario 64 now. Bring this down a little bit. Oh no. I disappeared. Fuck. I crashed DaVinci. Fuck! Again, friend of a friend. Unknown Abaddon. I like the name. I've been watching Haunted Hotel. Welcome on in. Like the name. Hope you're having a lovely day. I just crashed my editing software, so now I have to wait. Fuck. It needs to be another layer like playing Mario in Minecraft. That'd be fun. That would also be fun. Okay, we didn't lose too much. Did I have to redo this section? Which I was gonna have to redo anyway. I like this one. 1, 2. Oh, actually, I want it to be here. Okay. Save. And then I want to do the Undertale clip. Automobile, minimum wage. Sing. Up in outer space. Rule that you can bend. Oh, this doesn't have this lane, this one either. Send you my love on a wire. Fill you up every time. Ooh, pulls away. A chemical ball. Did that one. I think I'll do this one because this one's a different game. Ooh. Ooh. Do this one here. Link clips. Doot. And now we just have this section. Noxie, was that a fucking solidarity of me crashing DaVinci? By the way, if so, I appreciate the solidarity. The solidarity fuck. That sounds kind of weird, huh? My bad. Apply retain. Crashing. I hate crashes. That's fair. I appreciate you sharing in my pain. There we go. And now we just gotta add the music in here. We'll start right here. Strawberry milk. Actually, I'm gonna ask. Gordy asked me if I wanted to play Mimesies. Okay, how's your Jan 7th looking like? I'll do it in January. So I don't know if I want to do any major collabs till next year outside of RV there yet next week. Sorry, Nox. The RNG gods are not with you in the blind box, but they may be with you in something else. So maybe try RNG somewhere else. And then once you win there, you can come back and then be like, haha, default, great. Oh, look, I finished. But she's not finished with us. Penny is a cat girl who is just a burst of life and entertainment. Okay, I could be anal about that forever, but I don't really want to be. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, I forgot I have to do this twice. Whoops. I forgot. Let me do that really quick. That's this one. Move that one. Let's go from the end because that's our newest model. Okay. So we'll do text outline. I want to do like a darker outline. Wish RNG another thing. Oh, fair. Hey, you know, we luck you on that one, man. Hi, Norman. How are you doing? This is how it be sometime. You gotta pick and choose your battles. And if that is the battle that you want to take, man, I'm not gonna blame you. Text plus. Actually, subtitle 2, create phrases. Look, I finished phrasing. Create. I'm alive. How was work? Did you have a good work? Nodders. I like that. How are you? I'm good. Finishing this video so I can do the easy video and then do other stuff today, which is gonna be Minecraft. I'm gonna play Minecraft today. And I'm gonna redo my house because I realized the reason why I haven't been playing Minecraft is because I don't like my house. So I might creatively redo my house. And don't get mad at me because I'm just gonna do it in creative because I put a lot of time into the base of the house, and it's just I just want to replace blocks. It's probably not gonna change a lot, but it's just gonna change blocks, okay? Single create. I can go here. Restart is done. Play. Content. This one. I'm gonna shit. Hold on. If this makes you feel... Oh, wait, shit. It doesn't sound like this anymore. Fuck. I don't know why, but when I opened VTS... Hold on. Let me make sure it's the right one. Because when I opened BTS Pog, there wasn't the new voice that we gave him. And I was like, what the fuck? Why is the new voice that we gave him not in here? Hold on. Let me make sure. This one. It was a treacherous day. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. It's a TikTok one. Do they not have it anymore? Warm Professor. I forgot which one we picked. Ghost host, pirate, euphoric, hype train. I'm sorry if this hurts your ear. I'll turn it down so it doesn't hurt your ears. I can't stop it. I can't stop it. I can't stop it. Okay. That sucks. I really like the one that we were using. Okay.
I'm gonna shit.
I don't like any of those. It sounded like a little... We had one that sounded like a little kid that I liked. Singing. Glorious. These are all singing ones. Magician opera. Euphoric. Hype train. Empathetic. Serious melodrama. Quirky time? I'm sorry. Was it not? Hold on. I'm gonna go to my VOD. Or was it? Or was I messing with it? So before this? What was it? Yeah, it was Cupid. TTS Cupid voice? It was the right one, right? No, this is 2018. That's why. Oh, because I opened the wrong one because I'm fucking stupid, chat. Fuck. This is what happens when you have too many versions of a program on your computer and then you don't know which one it's supposed to be. Ish. Fuck. Okay, this one. Hey, you got Yuzu. Very nice. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Cupid. Play text.
I'm gonna shit.
There we go. There we go.
I'm gonna shit.
There you go, Nox. I'm glad we figured that out because that was making me sad because I really like the childish. I sound like a kid cursing. Makes me laugh. It makes me laugh to hear children cursing. This one. A track path etched in the surface. I need that song to be on Spotify. Boop. Video editing. copyright free music, and then let's do. It's a little loud. There we go. Buy an abandoned gas station. It's cool in full glory. And then gas station simulator. Okay. So I'm gonna add in the stuff. I close the thing now. Stuff. Who that I lie with has he had a bomb locks in? I wanted to start here. What the fuck? Everything's on sale. And then this one, and this can be 78, 420. Zoom it out, retain. Shoop. Boop. I don't like this end bit. See, what about... How much is this part? That much? Maybe we could do this bit. Okay, I think add track. This can happen. This can go over here. Okay, magnetic is on. Hi, Daedalus. Oh. How you doing? Hi, Buster. You probably have been asked this before. Have you played out or what? No. I gotta see a let's play of it that UberX and overdid, but no. I know the second one came out. I know a lot of people like the second one too. Have you played it, Daedalus? Do you like it? Ooh, Minecraft. No, I have not. Not yet. No. Fair. Outer Wilds, not Worlds? Oh, shit. Well, still no. No, I haven't played that one either. I haven't played any of the Outers. I actually don't really know what this game is about. Bing, bing, bong. Bing, 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 bong. Bing, bing, bong. That's cool, though. I need to clean up my wish list. So do you have Game Pass? No. I think my roommate does, though. I think my roommate does. Is it that one or is it this one? Don't spoil it. I won't. I'm not. I won't. Every day I'm worried I'm going to explode suddenly. Why? Why are you worried you're going to explode? Are you doing things that would cause you to explode? Like putting a C4 in your body? Daedalus, have you watched the new Mighty 9 episode yet? Pixels and I, we were watching it yesterday because we haven't had time to watch it last week. And we stayed up waiting for the episode to come out because apparently they come out at midnight. I won't spoil that one either, don't worry. I'm just curious if you have or haven't. I like the last episode more than that one, than the one that we just watched. But I did like the puzzles and stuff. I liked seeing them go through the puzzles. Thought that was fun. Boop. This was yeah. I was just like no. How is it more chill? Because I wanted to hear Caleb talk about his backstory. Personally, but because I have the energy of a shaken soda can. Okay, well, maybe take deep breaths and get some water, you know. You'll be okay. A gas station. They're more classic. Yeah, definitely. I want this one. Give it. Roll for fun. This one. Save. Never mind. It has words. Let's do country. I actually like this one. Okay. I'm not a prima donna, but I'm gonna go in here, fix this, go here, go here, move this one. Oh, this one I said. Go here. We're probably gonna turn this down by about this much. Okay, cool. Workspace, workflow integration, snap captions. Current text, this one. Subtitle, create. Nope. Default, create phrases. Buy an abandoned gas station and restore to its full core. Yeah, that's fine. Wait, is that where? Yes, it is. Okay. Core, yep. Default. Advanced. Also, I realized my face tracking's off center. Create. Oh, 0.9. Ooh, I like this song. Good song. Definitely watched the trailer, read the synopsis for Outer Wilds, and tell me. Okay. YouTube. Hey, Lane, did you know Christmas is on 20? Oh, that's fucking sick. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Outer Wilds. Wait. Wait. Trailer. There we go. Hold on, I'll watch it together. Marshmallow. Turn this down a little bit. It's a little bit loud. I want to play it. I want to play it. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I didn't realize this is the game where Bing Bong comes from.
Bing, bing, bong. Bing, 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 bong. Bing, bing, bong. Bing, 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 bong.
Only 12 months in a year. Yes. This is true. Bing, bing, bong. Bing, 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 bong. Bing, bing, bong. Is this a hard game though, Daedalus? Is it hard? No joke, I was wondering why you were singing the soundtrack. I saw a TikTok of the guy getting the Bing Bong thing, and I latched onto it really hard. So is this a story game or a survival game? I have to look more into it. Wild, I know. I really like it. This is cool. Outer Wilds is an open world mystery solar system about a solar system trapped in an endless time loop. It's a puzzle and emotional devastation. I mean, as long as it's a story game, because open world games I have a hard time playing on stream because like they take forever. Like there's no end to them really. Let me look at the Steam. Named Game of the Year in 2019 by Giant Bomb, Polygon, Eurogamer. Okay. Is about a world mystery about a solar system trapped in an endless time loop. No, I'm interested. How long does it take? Can I look up how long it takes to complete? Because that also changes whether I like the game or not, but I won't look it. This one doesn't.
Bing, bing,
Bing bong. Bing, 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 bong. Bing, bing, bong. Bing, 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 bong. Play it once and that playthrough will stick to your soul. Shit. That sounds fucking fun. I am gonna look at how long it takes because I have autism like that. 15 to 20? Okay. We don't do 100% completion rates on this channel. But 15 to 20, that's not bad. Not bad. It's like a week. A week worth of content. Taking my time on the game, that's fair. That's fair. Bing, bing, bong. Bing, 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 bong. Including DLC, I have 54. There's a DLC. Huh. That's cool. Bing, bing, bong. Is there anyone else want to lurkin? Oh, Crimbo's doing stuff. Pancake's doing stuff. Nixie's doing stuff. Okay, hold on. Just making sure I refresh this. Okie dokie. Can I scroll up to my message? I just kind of want to copy and paste it. I don't think I can. Okay, that's fine. There is, and it's equally many. What VTuber finishes a game? Plenty. Dropping a lurk to say I adore ya. Most of my lurk messages are very similar. I feel like I gave one to Pancake earlier. I did. Play. Minecraft time. Minecraft time. Minecraft. Done. Spoons. There we go. Bing, bing, bong, bing. I'm gonna have this stuck in my head all day now. My neck is all sorts of fucked up this week. I was like grabbing something, like not even that far, not really even using my shoulder, and it fucking tweaked out. And it's because I slept on it bad the other week, and now my neck's all fucked up, and it makes me cry because it makes me feel awkward. Oh my god. Can anybody snap my neck in a therapeutic way? That would be awesome. Daedalus, have you ever played Valheim? Do you like Valheim? I feel like you'd like Valheim. I hope I can play it today. Because my friend, who's my boss, is the owner of the server, so I can only play when he plays. Get to the robot shoulder. To the robot shoulder? That mean getting like a plate in my shoulder? I don't think I have enough money for that. I haven't gotten into it now. It's pretty fun. It's definitely more fun with friends, though. Okay, I guess we wait for that. I'm gonna play GeoGuessr while I wait. Not GeoGuessr. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm not that smart. Food guesser. Daily. Buffalo meat, salt, turmeric, cumin, coriander, chili powder, ginger. Which one? Ooh, it's got, what is it? China, maybe? Borders China? What? Is it Russia? I don't know where China is. I don't know if it showed up in chat earlier, but I cracked my back so good. Oh, bro, that sounds so nice. Wait, it's west or northwest? It's like southwest. India? It borders India? Pakistan? Northeast? Oh, Nepal? Yeah. I set a vintage story server recently that I've been enjoying with my homies. Nice. I haven't gotten into vintage story because I have Minecraft and I'm lazy and I like Minecraft because it's pretty. They're offering tangy and superficial beetroot carrots. I don't know where this would come from. I'm gonna guess Jamaica. No. It's north of Jamaica though. Where is Jamaica? I don't know where Jamaica is. Where's Jamaica? That is not a meal. No, it's like a, I don't know. Oh, it's like an island. Oh, okay. Ice cold, but it's northeast. Morocco? Oops. This is gorgeous too. Complex. I think I would like it, but I'm scared I might be a little dumb at it. So I say that's a snack waiting for your appetizer. True. Okay, it is like northeast of Morocco. Poland. We'll do Poland. Poland. Hot. South of Poland. Hungary. That doesn't work. I'm doing Serbia. Serbia. It was Romania. Fuck. Ooh, what the fuck is this? Wow. Puff pastry, marzipan. I don't know where this comes from. Marzipan, chocolate. Tribute with coffee or tea. Sweet and tangy. I don't know. Greece? You saying this one is Greece? It's warm. What the fuck is Greece? Greece? But it's north of Greece. He's got a nice mustache. Wait, where was it? Where we said Greece. Greece. Let's do Belarus. France? Is France above it? It is. Yeah, we'll do France then. You suggest France. It's also northeast of France. It's northeast of France. So I'm gonna do Belarus. Mainly because I like the name Belarus. Okay, it's in between Belarus and France. Sweden? It was Sweden! Alright, I invite Minecraft. Yeah, I don't really like how my house is looking. Okay. Cute barn house. Minecraft. I want an inspiration, chat. I like this one a lot. This one's cool too. Let me just work on the front of the house. Barn style apartment building? Barn? What is that? Barn style apartment? What does that mean? Is this just apartments in a barn? I'm trying to make it like how the barn would be in real life. I don't think this is it. Let's just look up cute barn houses. I kind of like this one, but I wouldn't make the entrances on this side because the entrance is on this side. I make the entrance on this side, I think. Would it look better if it was horizontal? I mean, I kind of like the way it's sitting. Minecraft. Did we have any mods for large doors or scalable doors? We do. We have, where is it? Yeah, we have like these ones. We have the dramatic doors. Hold on. I don't know like how dramatic they are though. It's like short. I think they're just short or taller. Let's see, is there one that looks like a barn? Dracula. Tall chestnut. Ooh, this one. Oh no, this one. I think this would make it look more barny. I don't like where that sits. Hold on. Hi, Bambi. Hello, Kiri. How is RV there yet? How are you guys doing? Welcome on in. Hold on, let me. Hello. Oh my goodness. Oh, it just went off. Wizif, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in, everybody. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. How was your stream? You guys have fun. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy me just hanging out and playing Minecraft. I'm playing Minecraft because I want to fix my house. It was very silly. We died multiple times. That's very fair. But I hope you had fun nonetheless. Okay, Dagon's still here. And I think they had babies. I don't remember. How's Minecraft going? Good. We just kind of started for today. So we haven't made much progress on anything. I need to put stuff away. I'm just gonna make another chest and just dump. dump stuff. There we go. I don't like my creative inventory mixing with my survival inventory. But welcome on in. Love the model, by the way. Thank you. It was made by the wonderful Ozumi Wizard and rigged by Jersey BZ, who is currently live. So go check them out if you haven't. But I appreciate you guys coming in. And again, if you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy hanging out while I figure out how I want to do my house. I think this is cool. I think we should do the large doors. I don't really know how to make a barn. Hi, Mooney. I know, this song is so good. I think I'm just going to redo the front. Because I like it, but I don't. This is my mailbox. Whoa. Oh, I've been given gifts. Ooh. Okay. I'm going to redo this front. All my survival hard work. And I go to creative. But it's okay, because I did the work. So, wink. Them better than them. Really, friends, really your friends. Maybe some kind of barrier to... Maybe some kind of barrier block for an open concept entrance. Like, just having, like, the doors open, but, like, then having, like, a barrier around so that way I could keep them open. Because the way I want to do this one this time is I want it to be like, god damn, there's like a lot of things like in the caves right now. I want to make it kind of like how I envision the Milk Club to be in real life. So the bottom floor is kind of like a public floor for anybody to come in. The kitchen will be here. There'll be probably like a little flower area and stuff. And then the upstairs is kind of what our background looks like most of the time is my plan. But I have to like the front of it first. Let's go, let it go, as it goes. Ooh, I like the look of this one, kind of. I don't know what the front of it looks like, though. I don't really care about the inside, bud. This one's cute. Maybe... Let me close the doors. I think I need to change these. Change this back to dirt. Boop, boop, boop. I don't like the cobblestone. I feel like it's because most barns aren't made out of cobblestone. So let's look up a nice wood or plank. I don't know why, but I imagine the barn having multiple unfinished murals and paint stains. Oh yeah, probably. Didn't mean to raid and run, but I need resties. No problem. No, feel free. Go get rest, Kiri. You're totally like good. Don't worry about it at all. Please, yes, go get rest. Thank you for the raid. Have a wonderful evening or day or whatever time zone it is for you. I'm gonna like lean into my computer because actually, where do I don't have my glasses in here. Not that it would really help because this is just it's just so small. Compacted windswept. I like these compacted woods. They look kind of cool. What is this? Spruce plank secret. Oh, these are the buttons. That's cool. Oh, you got yuzu. I like yuzus a lot because I like the gradient that yuzus has. I feel like it would be a spruce. I think the barn would be... Nah. I don't want to do an oak one, I think. Maybe I do want to do spruce. I feel like spruce is like a good middle ground. Don't know what I want to use for the walls, though. Ooh, spruce boards? What is this one? For me, spruce expansion box. Spruce this one. My hair and change my name, 'cause we all just wanna be big rock stars. I'm living in some 15 cars. I think we could do it 2x2. Oh, these two are the same? Oh, I just did the wrong one. I don't really like this one, I think. Maybe like walls and floors? I don't know, I kind of like this one for a floor, I think. Looks like a floor. Like, how does it look from above? I think it doesn't look so bad. Hold on, what does this one look like? I have the quesadilla. Hold on. I don't want it to rain. It's been raining in every fucking game I play, and I'm tired of it. It rains in Valheim, it rains in real life, and now it's raining in Minecraft. I am okay. Connected textures are hard to pick, in my opinion. Yeah. I think floor. This is gonna be floor. This is gonna be wall. I think. I think this one is floor. I like this one to be the floor, but I don't like the walls. I don't know if I want, because like I go by size of tile, so the floor isn't gonna have a lot of like you're not gonna look down at the floor a lot, so it can be pretty detailed. Whereas the walls, I want them to have less and more wider strokes. So like how like this is more tight and this one's bigger. Okay. And so that's kind of how I want to decide it for that. What about this one? Like, see, there's spruce trim, so we like this one. What about, does this one connect? I feel like that one could look nice. If you do stream otherwise, please do upload the VODs. They're always fantastic. Do numbers of it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no problem. I'll definitely do that. Going to keep the baseboard design. Like the stone? I don't know. Probably not. Probably not, if I'm honest. But with that said, I have to think of a new baseboard design. Okay, this doesn't connect, which is unfortunate. I think this could be a wall. Does that look good with this? Yeah, I think those two look good. I think because, like, even though this is small, it's, like, not too contrasted. Yeah, I like that. And then... hold on, let me... I'm gonna make a floor accent. Rigged. I'm sorry! I don't know how the numbers work. Their math that they choose is not one that I understand. Alright, what's the... I think I'm not gonna do a horizontal. Ooh, but this doesn't connect. At a wall that comes with its own ceiling and floor. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But on the outside, we're gonna have to pick something separate because this, if you look on the outside, isn't gonna work. So I could do brick. I like brick a lot. Who is running out? I don't want to be too contrasted, so I don't think I'll like the cracked brick, but that one doesn't work. Okay, interesting. Where is my brick? I want more brick. Mangrove planks. Give me more brick. I don't like this one. That's like too pale. Bricked running bond? What does that mean? Yeah, I'll let you murder, let you murder man. Thank you for the song request. Headed with bushes, boxes, and bullshit. That's fair. It's just there'll be parts that won't have it. No, this... The fuck? Okay. No. That one's not bad. This isn't bad. Hold on. I want to look at one more. Because I kind of like it when the bricks are bigger. Because then they look more structurally sound. Is it gonna... Songify? I never opened Songify. God damn it. I got you, Kiwi. Hold on. Thank you for the wellness check. Hope D&D is going well. What the fuck? There we go. I don't know how that works, but... Yeah. I can't believe they put this on Spotify. I love it. That's fair. Oh, it doesn't even connect. No. Stop it. Kind of like... I think I kind of like this. I think we're gonna keep with that. Okay. Hi, Fruit Bat. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. We're listening to your boy's song. This is the wall floor accent. Yeah, there you go. It's a very coppery red, I know, right? It's okay. We'll just use this one. I like that a lot more. I'll change the wood pillar, but... I like that he got fucked up on the timing. That's funny. Oh, wait, shit. Is this going the right way? I didn't know it could be directional. There you go. Like Shaft. Like Shaft. Bruh. I will say I am very impressed by Flambe's confidence levels. Hello. Everything okay? Yeah. I don't have any mail. Wait, what was that first thing about Artie? Oh, okay. She's a terrorist. Don't give in to this. No. Asshole. I know she's just holding her purse like, this is my precious Pete's. Fucking asshole. I don't know. I was actually like trying to play with her, and then she'd play with me, and then she'd walk away with it, and I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed? And then I'd go get it, and then like we'd play, and then we'd stop because she's like uninterested, and then she'll come up on my desk and block my face tracking, just kind of sit like right here and be like, what's up, bitch? And I'm like, and then like I'll put her here to like pet her and stuff, and she's just like, asshole. He's like, mm-mm. It wasn't me. I don't know who it was, but it was me. It a dog? There only one dog in the house? Damn, must be 2. She wants your undivided attention. The thing is when I give her my attention, she gets upset and she gets mad at me and she's like, I don't want this. I actually do not want this. I'm like, I don't know what you want then. But it's okay. I still love her. She's just a bit of a goober sometimes. I like these colors. These are good colors. We're gonna pretend that instead of doing all the work to get the stone that I got, I did all the work to get the brick that I got. I might change the door though, because the door's kind of blending in now. Oop. And then this one. I'm tired of the rain, chat. Oh, it does this rain. Okay. I do want, let's say frame. Where is the... Sliced. I don't want the... I want the stairs, but I don't want it to be like... I haven't checked in my house in a while. You want me to go check it? I can go check it for you if you want. I haven't been on the server in a while either, so fair. There it is. So you live near my house. You live... You live in a direction. Where do you live? It's Compact's house. Kiwi's house. Oh, this... No. Wait, yes, this one's your house. Your house is all good. No destruction to be seen. Ooh, look at these walls. Ooh. That's pretty. It's hard being... It is hard. It is hard. Listen, it is hard sometimes. When your kid's just a goofy goober. Ooh, I like this a lot more now. I don't like that. That was not... Streamer with her dachshund. Yes! The one like he'll sit up sometimes or press a button. I think they played Valorant together and he played as Jeff and he did a real good job. I gotta look. Wrong buttons. Wrench hammer key. Wrench hammer key. Framed. I think it's one of these that probably rotate the block. Okay, it's not that one. Interesting. Neither of P. Oh yeah, their name is P. I forgot. Screwdriver? Oh shit. Misgendered the dog. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm sorry. They're just a cute little baby. Is that okay? Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. What does this do? Oh, it locks it. Very cool. Lady P. Well, Lady P is a very lovely lady. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. The song is also called Bing Bong. I just need you guys to know that. Before you ask, no, I'm not going to do this in a more efficient way. I want to click the buttons. Louis, Fenty, Prada. Fenty. It's a shame. I know, right? Such a shame. Such a shame. Too bad it's not a publicity stunt. That would be crazy. Oh my god, this looks so much nicer. Thanks, chat, for letting me do this in creative. Because it was, like, really bugging me that I didn't like how the house looked. It's always the framework. It's always the framework that gives me a hard time, because, like, I can't choose. Monty Venti. Prada. Guys, wouldn't it be crazy if, Baby No Money had a comeback era and made music anyway, even though he promised that he would quit? Wouldn't that be crazy? Maybe, oh, you know what? Actually, no. What if he became a full-time streamer? He became a full-time VTuber instead. No more music, only plays video games on the internet now. I think he could still make a good penny doing that. Because he already gets good royalties off the songs that he has, so. The house is so dark now. I want to replace that. Just line the walls with torches really quick. Ooh, I have a cellar. This is my cell. This is where I currently look. Look, there's Nana. Is that where we named him? I forgot what I named him. I think that's... No, we named Milk. But now I have a cellar. I might actually, though, make it a cheese cellar because, having all my stuff down here makes me want to live down here, and that's not the point because I want to live outside. On the last server, I tried to live in a cave, like a hobbit hole cave, and it didn't work out so well because I missed the sun. I don't see cheese in the cellar. I haven't gotten there yet, dude. I only have one cow named Dagon. Okay, I need some time to get the cheese, to produce the cheese. I was thinking more of the artist formerly known as Baby No Money kind of thing. What do you think? Do you think that he might change his name to something else so he can make music other ways? He's like, yeah, I'm not Baby No Money. I'm Baby Lots of Money. You know, something like that. I want to use new stairs. I don't want to just use the Minecraft stairs. I want to use different stairs. I'm hungry. I'm hungry, chat. Fur compact stairs. Maple. Stair railings. I want to look at these stairs. I feel like I'm not going to like any of these. I'm going to be honest with you, chat, but we're going to try them anyway. Maple platform. I think these are all the styles, yeah. Oh, there's this one. Okay. I mean, I kind of like that. I don't like that this is just like one solid block of color. I think this brand is why he blew up and it wouldn't make sense to rebrand now. That's fair. That's fair. I think I like this one. Skyline stairs. Skyline stairs. Maybe oak. Jungle, birch, dark oak. Oak, spruce. Okay. I gotta pick whether I want. Oh, okay. Oops. I don't want it to blend in too much. That's why I'm like, I don't know which one I want to use. I think I might use this one. This one looks kind of like tied between. I go to Sandoz thing though, where the other artists impersonate him during collabs, where he's just a guy. That's fair. Fuck. Boop. I think I'll like that one once I change the columns. I don't know what I want the columns to be. Wait, I think I do know. I want this one, and then maybe I want to try this one. If not, then we'll add this. Boop. Is there a style that's like a half lab but thinner so it looks like those beam stairs? Beam stairs? Beam stairs? Are you talking about like these ones? Because we have these ones. I just felt like it was a little too modern. I don't want to listen to this. Go back. Because we do have a variety of slabs, I think. It's a hard I think, to be honest. Oops. It's a craving, not a... Ooh. When you're there. Trying to decide if I like this or not. Oh, kiwi, I feel like I'd slip on that because it's so shiny. They have those. Hold on, spruce stair. We have those ones. The loft stairs. These ones. I should have done dark oak. See, like that? Oh, let me get the dark oaks. What are they called? Loft stairs. Spruce, dark oak. Let me put these here. Okay. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop. There's no stability though, because it just looks like they're floating. I guess you could put railing on the side and maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Hold on. Doop, doop. doop, doop. Yeah, that's not so bad. Is this from a cause? It is from a cause. Railing. Maple. Redwood palm. Oak. Or dark. The stability is the wall. Yeah, but like if I were to stand on this side, it's kind of like, I don't know. I feel like it's gonna have the tension of like a, what do you call it? A diving board, you know? What the actual fuck knuckles is that? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Carlton the Shiny, what the fuck? Why are you this way? I'm gonna... Hi, Candy. I'm just gonna stay over here. I like my house. I will stay at my house. Cause... I wonder if it has like a post. Brick balcony. Spruce. They also have just platforms. Capture him. No. Oh, that didn't. Maybe this will be better. That's too tall. Damn it. What am I supposed to... What am I going to... Oh, he's gone. Because I looked away. He's gone now. 10 for us. What would I even do with him, though, Kiwi? Feel like that's imprisonment, and I don't think I want to imprison him. Oops. Damn it. The loft flashers feel more like a loft floor. It does. You're right. I mean, I like it. That's why I'm keeping it. I need to change this, though, to be something else. And then I'm going to move these somewhere else. Grabbing her hips. I gotta fix the accents on the outside, though, because I don't like them. Robot butler. That's fair. That's fair. I didn't think about that. Fountain, yeah. I want to do something like this, I think, but I'm trying to think how I would do that. Okay, wait, I want to try one thing, though. Like, would it look better if it was like this? With the fountain for us. No. I think this is too thick, and that's why I don't like that. Too young. I'll post. I'm gonna oak post. Stripped oak post. Okay, maybe that's a little too bright. Stripped spruce post. Stripped jungle post. Actually, I wouldn't mind looking at the jungle wood. Trim. I'm just curious. They do have trim that's like that. Okay, what about... What's that? Flat... Huh. I really hate any death, but the full pillar feels more like a castle or fort than a barn. Yeah. I think we have to go thinner. Thinner, Kiwi, thinner. Okay, I was just curious about the roofs. Oh, that's why I don't like jungle, because I don't like the texture of it. That makes sense. A large button. I like that. I need a wall though. Wall. Maybe like this one. Wall bulb lantern. Wall vines. Ooh, that looks cute. Ooh, a brick wall maybe. Don't fat shame the goblin. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, sir? I don't think I did such thing. Did I do that? I don't think I did that. Nope, too much. I want something that's kind of like this width, but a little different. I need a way you walk on. Post. I don't know what would be like a thicker post. Let's do. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Let me look at this.
Glamorous.
Oh.
Careful as Okay, let's see, where are we going? We gotta go back up top, I think.
Hold on, I can't.
We gotta go tell whoever that we did what we were supposed to be doing.
I can hear everything.
That way.
I can hear everything.
I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because...
There you go.
Hold on a second here.
I still hear BZ.
So
Mute. Nope, I wanted to mute the tab. Okay, I did it. Okay, I did it.
thinner kiwi.
I think we have to go thinner. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Listen, it wasn't about you. It was about the post. It's not about you. It's about the post, okay? I wasn't saying that you need to be thinner. I was saying the post needs to be thinner. It's not any more than the... Fuck you. Fuck you, Kiwi. Listen. It is a little bit your fault. I didn't ask to be born this way, Kiwi. Maybe this would be better? They don't connect? Fuck. Well, these ones get a little taller. Otherwise, I could use maybe like a frame to make it that tall. Like I'm the only girl in the world. Pillar, corner pillar, what does that mean? The only one that you want. Only girl in the world. Framed small double corner slope panel? What the fuck is that? What is this? What are you? What are you? Panel. Kind of like that. Oh, that's cute though. I simply adopted the anime Batman. You simply adopted the I was born into it, molded by it. Okay, fair, but still, I also didn't choose this life, Kiwi. Oh, I see. The frame to frame the doors more than a pillar. Yeah. Okay, I think that looks nice. This looks nice. Wait, if they stack, do they like... What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, they don't connect. What the fuck? They have fire? What the fuck? I didn't know they had fire in them. I just like how they look. Might bring this out a little bit though. There you go. And then I like using a campfire. I build a temple to Moira. I am the mother, Kiwi. You understand this? I am the mother. I thought we had, like, lattices, I guess. We do. I don't think it's in the direction that I want it to be, though. Let's find out. Yep. Nope. Nope. Okay. I wish we had campfires in more colors. What? Living campfire. That's cool. Any other lattice type things? Framed lattice. Lattice? Framed lattice? Oh, interesting. What does this mean? What does this mean? How do you know? How do you feel about thatch? That's what I'm gonna do for like the tippy top, I think. But this, I'm just trying to do like a little accent. That's cute. I don't know. Oh, interesting. Can you get out of my face, please? Okay, how does this one work then? Oh, this one's like solid. Okay, okay. So it's whether I want to do. Whoa! Oh, they're things. They're things. Dying fire. What do you mean? Dying fire in real life is. What do you mean? Oh, you mean like changing the color of fire? Yes, this is true. I used to do it when I went camping a lot. Sorry, I thought you were going a little cuckoo. Oh, see, like this is too tall now. Because it's in the middle. It doesn't connect. Okay, I will have to think about this a little bit more. For now, I think I'll just do the other side of it. Boop, 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 boop. On that side. Boop. There you go. Who we are, how we live, we are born in our bodies. Before us back up and we live. Should I have done it this way? So that way it can be like this. Oh, life. Who will remember your last goodbye? Yeah, fires can have different colors. Did you get like the fire color rocks? You get these thing, magical flame color packets. You get these. Don't inhale the fumes though, you will die.
Why flames can often have different colors.
Oh, this one is because it's like those are hotter.
The complex interactions between fuel, oxygen, and the conditions under which combustion occurs.
Mm-hmm.
A blue flame usually results from a fuel-air mixture that's balanced, allowing for complete combustion. This means that the fuel is being burned in the presence of enough oxygen to produce carbon dioxide and water vapor. Typical examples of blue flames can be found in gas stoves and Bunsen burners. A yellow-red flame often indicates incomplete combustion. This can happen in environments with poor ventilation or when the fuel-air mixture is not properly balanced and results in the production of carbon monoxide, soot or unburned particles. Yellow flames are generally cooler than blue flames. Typical examples of yellow flames include wood fires and candle flames.
That makes sense. But you guys should get some of this. Just make sure you don't inhale it. Alright. Okay, hold on, Kiwi. This is more cool than educational. Okay. Bonk. I hope it has Vsauce in it.
When it comes to fire,
Nope, it's Nile Red.
color
Just
is
as good.
Probably orange or red. And this is usually from burning.
I like
something
Nile
like
Red.
wood.
I like falling asleep to
What I've always
him.
found interesting though was how many other colors are possible, and it can really depend on what's burning. For example, if I add a solution of boric acid and methanol and light it on fire, I get
Green!
really nice
I remember
color.
seeing this shit in like science
I can
class.
also throw some aluminum into an acidic copper solution.
Ooh, that one's like a light blue.
What I think is even cooler though is what happens when I burn nitromethane. It actually doesn't burn on its own, and I have to give it a boost with some methanol.
It makes a white flame though.
Now when I try it, I get a flame that has almost no color. There is a slight hint of yellow, but besides that, it almost looks like it's in black and white. In my opinion, it kind of looks fake, and I think this is better than anything with color.
Ah, I like the blue ones. I think the blue ones were cool. I thought the blue ones looked cool. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Bye, yours last goodbye. Get out of here. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Tell me that I'm still alive. Till last night was a sin. I don't know what this like ambient music sound is. There we go. I just realized you guys can't hear the game. I never made a game source. Oh, I know I do. There we go. It's raining again. Stop raining! It's gonna piss me off. Stop that. To escape us, I used to be. Take apart without you. Maybe hours, but I can't get you off my mind. Doop. Leave it behind. Devil, then I will sell you my soul. I am yours. The coolest fires are when they animate rainbow fire. That's fair. Have you not seen the, have you not used, like, those campfire, like, gimmicky things to make the rainbows fire? Because I like them in real life. Hi, Moon. Welcome on in. Oh my god. The name is Israel, questionable. Interesting. Oh, this is Chris. Oh, the pain of. How's your day going? How's your day going, Moon? Well, allergic to the outside, JK. My family just didn't do fun stuff like that. That's fair. I mean, it was like it. To be honest, you probably could have just made a mixture at home than buying it, because we would buy it from the store. We only really did it once. How's everybody doing? Better be good or else. I'm doing good. A little sleepy, but I'm good. Pain of the pain of regret. Better now that I'm relaxing at home while watching my favorite show. Aw, thank you, Kiwi. Alright, so now I want to do... Actually, I want to change this. Do we have brick stairs? We do. I don't know if this will look as good, but I think I like it. Damn done. I'm gonna say to my mom without letting her down. I do like that more. Another hit. Every time she runs around. To run away. Single day. Mango a grape. I might imagine a life without it. 2, 3, 4. Whoops. Doorbell. I think it's more than 2. I should do it like this. And if it's only 2, then I keep it across. Those windows are messing with my brain. What's wrong with the windows? What's wrong with the windows? What's wrong with the windows? What I was told. So all my favorite here towards the end of the year, so my Twitch rap is 100% wrong. For example, you weren't even... Aww, that's so sweet. Mwah. That's very kind of you. That means a lot to me. I was thinking of something. I forgot what I was talking about. Oh well. They're corner office style? Oh, okay. Hold on. I'll fix it. Would having them centered make you feel better? Oops. I need to tell Pixels I'm hungry. I'm streaming for another 3 hours at least. Hungry. Okay. Okay, wait. Well, let's look at the like windows. I feel like they're not that corner office-y, but you were thinking impossible. Very valid. Like, do you like that more? And like this. Oh, hungry. You like my house? I changed. Well, the inside. I changed the inside a lot. Thank you. I think it's a good choice. And then we're working on the outside now, because I want to accent it up a bit more. But Kiwi said my windows looked corner office style, so I tried to change it. Okay, I have like cheese in a quesadilla. You don't have to, you can just throw it in the microwave. Lattice? What the fuck? I think it's the frame that did it. I think they were connected directly. Ah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. So you think it's better now that it's surrounded by stuff? Ooh. I want a parpet. What the fuck does this look like, though? Looks bad. I mean, it's cute, but it's like bad. I don't like it. Oh, it is glass. Why is the parpet so high? Oh, the parpet to be here. Wait. What? Almost says, and you, I guess, damn. Damn. You guess. Fuck, this is, like, hard for me to... It's like this, and like this. Like, it's not... Like, nope. Oh, I have to do it more centered. Okay. I like that. But then, like... Window. No. Tongue. Ooh. Those are cute. It's kind of a church vibe, almost like stained glass or confessional. Yeah. It's a curtain rod. Don't want to think about that right now. I like the macaws windows because you can open them. Dark oak window. I like the parpet. Good dimension. The parpet. You like the parpet. Okay. What the fuck? That looks weird. Rectangle. Resizable. Strip. Resizable. Resizable dark oak window. I don't know which one of these I want. Hold on, let me do these ones. One of these resizable, 4 pane stripped. Okay, let's do these ones. Okay. So do we want the parpet instead of the frame? We can do that. No! Fuck, they're always like a bitch to remove though. Ooh, ooh. The only thing is I kind of want to put a bush here and I don't know if that's going to be affected. Hey, is this song by Tyler, the Creator? It is. I can't put, like... Because I like putting bushes here. But if I put a parpet, I can't put the bush there. I don't know the parpet being up here. Wait. Boop. Boop. Parpet. Oh, that's cute. I like that. Okay, there it is. I don't want window, I want. I don't think I want that one. Oh my god, what the fuck? As far as more building mods aren't modular? That's fair. I guess it just kind of depends on the mod creator. I kind of like that. Maybe the parpet's too dark, though. How do you spell it? Parapet. Parapet. Spruce? Spruce, maybe? Spruce instead? Oops. Nah. Para. Let me make the spruce. The spruce wood one. Jungle. Fir ebony. Hold on. Sittable log. A parapet. Wait, can you use both windows again? What do you mean, like this? This is the same, right? Yeah, it's the same. When you hear the thunder. Jungle, spruce, mangrove, dark oak, these three. Compact got on. I hope Compact's feeling better. Compact said they weren't feeling so great earlier. Kind of like this one. This one, the warmth matches the warmth, so maybe not. How about this color? Yeah, they don't have that one. Strip mango. They don't have the iron-bound one that's reinforced. I have a striped version. That's a different mangrove, I think. What is this? Those are stripped versions? It's like thinner though. Oops. Ooh, I kind of like the brown of this. God damn it. Having both types reminded me of the windows that slide up. Windows that slide up? You mean like normal windows that like open upwards? I think I like the texture of this mangrove wood more. Yeah. Let me do like a whole section. What are you? Just a sucker for pain. Ooh, vocal sim, got it.
Watch your profanity.
Piccolines geknallt.
Piccolines. Piccolines. Oh, interesting. Oh, I see. Hold on. Window. Fuck. Hold on. Resizable mahogany. Fucking dark oak window. Oh, I see the difference. Pane window? Planks. Stripped dark. What the fuck is the difference? So the Milk Club have a patio? Like outside patio? Oh, because they're different. They don't open the same. I'm sorry, I have to keep these. Just so that way they open correct. Yep. Not really, but I could make one. I don't think a patio would be bad. Oh, I meant to say hi. Okay. I like this mangrove wood though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We on the plate. Zeros on the day. Oops. Ugh. Trying to go too fast. Oh. What is this? What is this? I'm the girl. It's in my world. On my mans. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4. I did that one the wrong way. Gosh darn it. 1, 2, 3. The mirror has a more aesthetic. Yeah, it's like more rustic. I like it. And it's not as contrasted as like the actual like spruce logs. Like, I think it looks nice. Outside the fact that it's like red on the inside, I think it looks cool. I mean, the red is cool. I don't think I'd use the red for anything. I think like the planks or the stripped variant. Little Barbie. Something tells me you didn't use the microwave. Because I didn't hear the beep of the microwave. Hot. Oh man, thank you. Oh, it has a knife. Fake IDs. What? Hot. Oh fuck. You're running on my fucking RAM. Juice. Oh. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Okie dokie. I don't know what you're talking about from the side. Totally, yes, 100%. He's just a little guy. Ooh. I'll finish my quesadilla. Hot, 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 hot. And by finish, I mean take another bite because that shit's hot. I wonder what's in that backpack. What's in what? Unsorted seeds. Oop. Oh, I didn't even finish. I might have to scoot the stairs over a smidge. Oh man, I really didn't finish. I thought I was done. Oops. We say la vie. Okay, it's AFC. BC's. Do a little jig? Of course I do. I love little guys. Say mommy. Say my fee. I should make the stairs start. I'm gonna start here, go down. Or the other way. Maybe they go the other way, actually. Oh, look at that! That's so cute. I love that little Barbie. Man, look at all that little booty wiggle, little bossman. You're so cute. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate you. Because I dare say I am a little guy connoisseur. Oh. Oh, Mom. Haley, how's the delay today? Oh. I appreciate pasta. Mood. And you. Aw, aren't you sweet? Aren't you a sweetie pie? Oops. Okay. Boop. Oh. Boop. Nice. Here's the other 15 to 20 seconds. That's so weird. I don't understand why that's happening because I literally haven't changed any Twitch settings. I'll have to look at my OBS settings later. The fuck? Oh. Wide. Hey, look at a little spinny boy, too. Okay, let me move this. Oh, wait, I can't put that there. Frick. Oh, I deleted it and I didn't have a backup of it, so. OBS stream delay? Yeah, maybe. OBS stream delay 1 to seconds up to 15 seconds? Settings. Advance. Thank you for the hug. Find the stream delay. I don't have stream delay enabled. For minimal, low latency for your stream platform. Low latency mode. Well, that's a Twitch thing. Isn't it? Latency, low latency mode. Okay. Good internet, wired connection, adjust bit rate. Thank you for the lurk. Lower the bit rate. How high is my bit rate right now? 6,000. Turn off. Okay. Well, maybe refreshing might help that. I don't know what's happening. Maybe more people are using internet in Colorado and it's fucking stop with the rain. Oh my god, I'm pissed. It's pissing me off. Rain makes me sleepy because it's dark and it's sad. I've been having too much rain and everything. No more rain. Tall door. Yeah, bubblegum bitch. Larch. Fir pine. Be my delay is only 5.5. That's probably you're in, unfortunately. Damn, that sucks. Fuck. The universe should just let me be rich so I can pay for Kiwi's internet to be better. Pink lips. Tall copper barrel door? What does that mean? A rustic door. Okay. That's not very Barney. That doesn't really match the house. That one's too warm. That's the one that we have. Oh. Oh, don't like that one. Tell you what. Don't like that one either. Let's just stay with the pine door. I like the pine door. No one, but damn, she looks fine. I might have to change the frame though to be up one. Oh wait, let's just do it this way. Boop 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 boop. This guy. Need to check because I have fiber. Ooh. Make sure you have low latency and source quality set too. What does that mean? What does that mean? Oop. God dang it. Oh, I don't need that. Boop. Boop. Yeah, that looks better. Boop, boop. Will be the one, but damn, he looks fine. 320 up and down. That's good number, so maybe it's just Twitch being fucky. Oh, could it be? Could it be because the server that I'm in is San Jose? Maybe that's affecting it. I don't know if Dallas is further than me than Colorado, but could be. You open that way? God damn it. Second test was faster. The ping. Okay. Oh, it's so flat. No, chat. Fuck. Okay, maybe I have to bring this back then. Boop. 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 Fuck. I keep clicking like everything else. Boop. Boop. I'm in Alberta, so Northwest. Oh, right, because you're in Canada. I was like at 8. Oh. Yeah, maybe it's just the ping of stuff then. Makes sense. Exterior. I don't know what it's called. To do the accents on the outside to give it more depth. You forgot what it's called. The what? Film me. Be that then. My neighbor has a heavy demand on the internet around this time. So what you're telling me is I gotta go fight your neighbor. I kinda like this. I swear to God, I see Pixels is hanging out with people in my Discord, and like I have a private Discord for like offline things. And I swear to God, if they're playing Valheim without me, I'm gonna shit bricks. Excuse me? Only the ones that smoke skunky weed on their patio. Fair. Fair. Move to assume. I mean, I guess if they want to go kill the boss, it's fine. Where the it'll. Oh, interesting. Or if you don't mind. I mean, it's not like I'm not gonna wait for your response. I just might forget what we're talking about because I'm a little stupid. But then we can make funny clips, so it's like it's all good. Anybody want to listen to Epic? I kind of want to listen to Epic. Promise not to hack me. Pinky swear. I like that you say pinky swear. Because I like pinky promises a lot. If I could be a VTuber made around the idea of pinky promises, I think I'd like that. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I scoot that chest over one. Fuck. Damn it. Out, out, out. Boop, boop. Insert. Extract. Insert. Boop, 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 boop. Just leave me. Insert. Insert. Suck. Ooh, but this sucks donkey ass, because then I can only do one chest here. It's okay, I'll make them upgraded chests. It's fine. Oh, my baobab tree. That's a palm sapling, I lied. Cool. Yippee! That looks nice. For the two, timed out for 2 of the IPS and double digits for the others. Oof. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't really know, though. Can it stop raining? Oh my god, dude. The moment I realize it's raining makes me upset. Tips on how to make your Minecraft house more dimensional. Run, rabbit, run, rabbit, run, run, run. I just like want an image. I don't really want to watch videos about it. Trapdoors. We have to remember trapdoors and stairs. I think is the big things. Run, 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 run. I guess the next question is whether I want to put these up here. Straw. Thatch roof. There we go. Frond thatch? What the fuck is frond? It's either gonna be one of these, probably. What is this? Cattail thatch? Probably not. This is cute though, but like I don't think it matches. This one's too light. This one's cute though. Ugh. Fern thatch. Okay, what about this one? I like this one. Wait, that one's cute though. I like that it comes down a bit. I might do this one, I think. That's kind of cute, I think. I feel like it kind of doesn't match, but I think I might stay with it anyway. Or like hay. Yeah, I think unless I want to do like coconut thatch or evergreen thatch, which I don't think I want to do. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me change the second floor color. Is it flammable though? Probably. Yeah. Yeah. All of my house is currently flammable, Kiwi. My house is made out of wood. Are you saying this because a lightning struck my house earlier? It's okay if lightning strikes my house though, because we don't have fire spread on. To be fair. Dang. I don't feel I ignore dreaming more like us. Might be able to mix coconut and evergreen for texture. Maybe. Okay, fair. Fair, but I wasn't asking about your wood. Wasn't asking about your wax-covered wood. We're talking about my wood. Depending, I don't know. So I feel like the evergreen is too dull, like too close to the color. Like I want it to be a good accent. But barns have what color roofs though? Barn. Like darker? Oh, we'll see. Ignore my dreaming like us. Like it's all too much. I think it's like this much. And feel I ignore my dream. Is it waxy? Because I think doesn't when you put wax on like wood, doesn't make it like less flammable. I feel like it would make it less flammable. Oh, that poor Enderman. Let's walk away. I wonder if there's like a weather thing so I can make it so it's always not raining. Because I'm tired of the rain. If there is, I don't know what it's called. I think maybe I do the dark, the evergreen. Depends on the kind of wax candles burn. Oh, fair. Fair, I didn't think about that. Wait, I like it when it goes like. Okay, when it does this. So loud. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. My brain is so sleepy. Boop. Bam, the upside down stairs look better than expected. You mean like this? Oh, fuck, they do. Well, that's not for right now, okay? We can't think about that right now. Oh, fuck. Because we do that there. Is by the noise. How do I make a curved roof? Curved roof Minecraft. Out and then in and then block and then in. Out then in, then block, then in. Okay, so I gotta look for evergreen block. Ooh, and they have slabs. Ooh, and they have this one too. Oh my god. Okay, so this one and then up. Right, up. And then and then over. I need to reorganize this really quick. Bloop, 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 bloop. Okay. And then, okay, so on either side is that, and then there's a slab. And then there's 3. Which isn't gonna work because our house is so fucking wide. Oh, we gotta go up 3, I think, actually. Hold on. I'm confused. 1, 2, 3. And then we do the this way, block this way. It blends well for the it does, doesn't it? It's nice. Okay. Okay, I have to equal this out. 2, 3. Huh? Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I like how it like hangs over itself. It's quite nice. I don't need you anyway. Okay, and then it goes slab. Inner piece. This. Inner piece. Out. Oh, wait, no, I didn't do it enough. Because it would go... It's 2 more. There's 2 more. I'm gonna fucking... I'm gonna beat up Poseidon. Not Poseidon, Zeus. Sorry, Poseidon. Please don't kick my ass. Boop. Boop. And then... Boop. Wait, I think I did that 1 too far down. Boop. Boop. Haha! That's pretty... did I do that right? I think maybe I did. I think it would look nicer if I did this, though. I like it. I've been DM'd. What is this? Okay. Feels like you could do like zoom cross dissolve. Oop. Yeah, and then yeah. My brain's got it. I know you're streaming. You're good. Always feel free to DM me, even if I'm streaming. It doesn't matter. But thanks for the answer. Yeah, I got you. I don't know if there's like an actual like word for what that effect is, also, but that's what I would do to like make it myself, not knowing what it actually is, you know? Ooh, what's this? Ooh. What is this hat? Oh, right. I was a rain cloud. Fuck off, dude! What is up with every game in the world and my life just being filled with rain? I'm tired of rain. I want snow. Fucking pissing me off, man. Oh wait, that's not gonna work this way, huh? No, it is not. Driving over fast, running through the summer. Radio on blast, think a moment last. She got solar power. Minutes feel like hours. She knew she was the baddest. Can you even imagine falling like I did for the love of my life? She's got glitter on her face. Boop. Yeah, I think I've seen this Wiki URL a lot. I just couldn't describe it. No, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, no, I've definitely seen that a lot before, too. I don't even utilize that in my edits because I forget about it, but I've definitely seen that used in other people's edits before. Wait to see you. Block. Block, then half. Oops, that's a tiny baby slab. Boop. 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 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe I should do 2 over instead of... Nah. But I am thinking about doing... this. Nope. Oh, I guess that works. Yeah, I like that. Boop, 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 boop. Now I just gotta decide what I want to make the meter out of. One, 2, 3. Oh, where you sleep, the night breeze carries something sweet, a peach tree. Wild women don't get the blues, but I find that lately I've been child. So please relieve me. Can't breathe. Please don't say you love me. So tame. One word from you and I would jump off of this ledge I'm on, baby. Tell me don't go back in. Picasso, I like it. Oop. So maybe I just go across with it? Yeah. And we talk to the top of... I want to do like a little like extra window. I don't know how to do that, so look that up. Please don't say you love me. Muneka hashiki esote. One word from you and I will jump off of it. Let jump on, baby. Tell me don't, so I can go. Leave me, I can't breathe. Please don't say you love me. One word from you and I would jump off of this and jump on baby. Excuse me, what the fuck is this explosion? Pretty creeper, what the fuck? What does this mean? Find your way into the crypts. Oh, not what I expected, but okay. Yeah, I can breathe. Yeah. Start lighting this place up. So this rain's gonna piss me off again. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Oh! Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat. I don't know what those words mean. Kiwi! Kiwi, look up what those words mean. If they're bad words, I'm gonna ban them. So you better have the PMC Wagner. There better be some good, nice, wholesome words you better be putting in my chat. Other than the word okay. I can read the word okay. Mods? Look it up. Oh, oh, stop. Stop, it's raining. I wish Not Dead Red was here. They speak Russian. Just asking to play Metro 2035. That's all they're just asking to play. I don't even have that game. I can't even play that game. I would if I could, but I'm playing Minecraft right now. Is that what the first one says? I'm intrigued. Tell me more. Fuck. Yay! I did it. Actually, I might not do this part. Okay. These parts might stay out of here. That way I can make them into full blocks. Oh, okay. I was like, oh, not our new friend. Sister, do you want to play Metro 2035? I want to play Minecraft. I want to play Minecraft because I'm a Minecraft baby. Do you want to play Metro? Do you want to be friends? Do you live in the Russia? Do you also not have Discord? Okay, I see. They probably left already, okay? Thank you for the song request, Kiwi. Please tell me Songify will work this time. Please, 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 please. Let's just drink it. Let's go. Alright, cool. That's the song. What song? Oh, is this a song that they're quoting? Is this a song that they're quoting? What's happening? I don't know what's happening. Look at my house, though. I have a nice house. Not what I was expecting, but, like, I'm here for it. Okay, let's make a window. How do I make the window layout here? I forget. Minecraft barn side window? Side roof window. Oh, does it have to be like this? I don't remember. Without upper walls, the barn has a wagon vibe. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Trying to figure out how to do the window. Unless I want to make it another floor. I don't think I do, though. I think I want this to be a ceiling. Yeah, like these. How the fuck do you do those? Roof tutorial. God, I've got a song I've been listening to for... oh, send it. Or let me know what it is. Wait, maybe this would. Doop, doop. Should I make that one wider? Oh, I should have made it one wider. Give me a song request. No, I want to skip this song. I want to play the song that Osa put. The song that's been stuck in my head is the one where, fucking, what's his face? Negan is dancing to it, I think. It's Negan. I can't remember what it's called, but Miyu plays it. How do you make windows like this? How make window? I think supposed to come this way. And then this way and this way. Oh, I didn't finish this. Whoops. Whoopsies. Soon we'll go in the house, and then we won't have to think about all this fucking rain. Really like this vibe. It's a good vibe. I too like the vibe. Something tells me this is not how this works. Is this how this works? I don't think so. I think I messed it up. I think I messed up my window chat. Oops. Something tells me this isn't how this works. We have to make a fireplace. I'm excited to make a fireplace. I want a fireplace. I think it's got to go down one more. But now how do I... I think maybe this is wrong. I think maybe it's supposed to be like this. Oops. I think I'm like close. I'm close. I'm close to the idea, chat. Don't you worry. Lane's figuring it on out, one step at a time. What's that song? I bet I can find it in our playlist. Hold on, give me songs. This one. This one. Turn the lights on. Gable dormer? Are they called dormers? Minecraft dormer? Oh, they're called roof dormers. Ooh, I can make a little balcony here. Let's make a little balcony, actually. Ooh, turn the lights off. Ooh. Do they have to be as tall as a roof, though? I don't think so. Let me look at it. Ooh. Okay, so this is a block, a slab, okay. Block. Slab. Ooh, and then turn the lights off. Ooh. Let me turn the lights off. I kind of want to move this up one, so this isn't like this. So this one. This one. Slab. This one. Slab. Turn the lights off. Can't really see it though, huh? Wait, no, it goes like this. Something like this, and I wish the rain would just go away. I kind of want to listen to that song again. Hold on. No boat boys, no new things. No boat boys, no new things, no new things. Broke boys, no new pants. I don't actually have this extra window, do I? In the scene. Let me check. I do not. Okay. Hi, Andrea. How are you? Oops. Hold on. I fucked it up. There you go. How are you? Happy Wednesday. No broke boys, no new friends. I'm not gonna be my man. There's no new friends. Oh. Actually. No broke boys, no new friends. I'm not gonna be my man. Whoa. Boop. Boop. I'm good. Chilling before appointment with therapist. Understandable. I am goob. I'm goob. I'm just making my house in Minecraft. Just making a little house in Minecraft. Trying to figure out how I want to do this balcony area. Oh yeah. I was like, what the fuck? But I forgot I also played this one again. Ooh. Leads. Ooh. And. Ooh. And. Where is the framework slabs? There we go. As a traveling merchant. What's he want? Nothing. Oh, I mean, nah. A Apothic coin sounds cool though, but I don't have time worn fabric. Don't know where I'd get that. BRB got stuff up for birthday, no problem. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, hi, Convict. Ooh, burger. Thank you for burger. Yeah. Ooh. I don't know if I want to do that like that. Boop, 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 boop. And then maybe we do a full. Lights off. Ooh. I like that. 2, 3. Bonk, bonk. Ooh. Ooh. There's the mahogany ones. Mangrove. Oh, I wanted. There it is. I'm feeling lucky. I'm confident. I actually don't know if this will look good because it looks like it's got that red on it. I don't know if I want red on this build. What the heck? Excuse me? Oh, it was the staircase. I thought there was a fucking monster in my house. I'm gonna enjoy this ride. I'm feeling so great. Feeling so out of body. How do balconies work? Balcony with roof. I was like, so the roof's like on the whole thing, right? I don't know. I think it's fine like this. Do succeed. Oh, this isn't right. There you go. Just don't know if I want to bring this out one more because it's only 2 out. It's like 2 and 2 though, so maybe it's fine. Alright, now I gotta get the walls again. I'll block these off. I think I will put windows in it though. On your disco stick though. Oh. Oh, wait, what? There you go. I wanna kiss you. But if I do, then I might miss you, babe. Boop, 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 boop. Oops. No! I love game. I love game. Oops. Jesus, I keep doing that. Okay. I want to take a ride on your disco stick. Excuse me? Oh, okay. It's just extra texture. It spooked me. What love do you want, baby? You're in the game. Love game. The game. The love game. All the textures are blurring together, chat. I no longer know what I am doing. Mission. Ah, barn window Minecraft. Barn window Minecraft. Like a circular window. I would like a circular window. How do you make a circle in Minecraft? I love game. I love game. Minecraft circle diagram. Is sick. I want to take a ride on your disco stick. Wait, that's not. I can't do it that way because that's not how it says in the Milk Club. Fuck. Hello, condemned. Welcome on in. I think I did this wrong. Does it look better like this? God dang it. Dang. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. I dare say that looks more curved. She was gonna say cock. Yep. Okay, now I gotta... In the background of our stream... It's a curved window. Yeah, it's a curved window. Cool. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Two, 3. Beat is sick. Oh, they ride on your disco stick. Okay, 3. And now we gotta curve it. Yeah, I think that'll work. I just gotta do it on the side. Boop, boop. Oh, crap. Keep doing it horizontally, and I don't mean to. There you go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Boop, boop, boop. Oops. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Is that same? I think it's 2 and then 1. 2 and then 1, yeah. Yeah, there we go. Some of the YouTube shorts, wet bones and snails. Did you like it? Did you like it? I had a spam post because I'm changing how I post stuff. So I had to change up how the posts words. I had to change up oak window. I'm changing my posting schedule, so I gotta I had to upload all of them. Yeah, I'm glad. Well, that's not what I wanted. Oak window. It's this one. Yeah, it's this one. That's, whoops. I just took a DNA test, turns out I'm 100% that bitch. Even when I'm crying crazy, I got boy problems, that's the human in me. Thing found the problems in me. Had a bad bitch, non-committal. Help you with your career, just a little. Trying to hold me down, but you're holding me back. And that's the sound of me not calling you back. I think this not supposed to be here, question mark? Because then it makes it like a whole floor? Don't know. No, I kind of think it still needs it. From the start. I just feel like there's supposed to be something here. It's not though. Shoot your shot when you see ready in my DMs. Stairs. I think it's just framed stairs. Yeah. Don't know why I didn't just look that up in the first place. Boop, boop, boop. Oh. Yeah, I think I'm doing it like that. Boop, 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 boop. Ay, ay, ay. In a minute. Dark oak railing. Dark oak railing. What is the difference between these two? Oh, wait, no. I want dark oak. Balcony. This one. Do I like this one more? That's too thick, I think. It's too thick. Lighting. Look at that. That's all cute. We have a cute home, chat. I might change these to... No, I think this is fine because it like matches the accents of the wood. Wrong one. Boop. I don't know what this song is, but I'm bumping with it. Okay, no more rain. Oops. Okay, let's look at the leaves. Mangrove leaves would make sense. I like this one. I don't think I want to do spruce. Oh, wait, I remember what I was going to give you now. I forgot and just dropped them. Workers are pretty important, so. I like that one. Oh. Shard of Laputa. What it do? Nope. Oh, my backpack. Put this in my backpack. My backpack. Put it in this chest. Oh, and I'll put the burgers in here too. And I guess the fucking rain cloud. The max power Laputa shard, it'll bring the ground up into the sky and make. Whoa! I got more ramps. I might be able. Fuck yeah! Feel free to join whenever, even if I'm not on. Just make sure I know your Minecraft name, so that way you can be joined. She actually knew what to do. Fair. Sky Island at some point now. Boop, 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 boop. Actually, do I want to do this one? Thank you. Okay. I don't know if I want to do that there, though. I like these ones more. We need a little bit more something going on here. With a wall. Like this. Boop, 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 boop. That's better. And then this can also go here. Ooh. My computer freaked out there for a second. That scared me. Boop. 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 Look at my babies. Dagon? Where did Dagon go? Dagon? Where did Dagon go? Fuck off, Rain. Now nothing happened to Dagon. Oops. Yeah, that's how you turn it. Oh. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. I like that. Boop. 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 Wrong one. Boop. Bloop. I look up and it's suddenly a beautiful building instead of a box. Yeah. Okay. My rat. This is my rat now. My rat. Fucking rat. Oh, wait. Rat. Where's the cheese for the rat stuff? Eat the cheese. Do I have to give you the cheese? Eat the cheese. Are we friends? No? Fuck, which cheese was it? No, don't leave. Okay, you can't leave. Haha! To blast, setting up windmills and vintage. I'm glad. I'm having a blast trying to get this rat to be my friend. Come here. I don't know why they keep wanting to go up here. Go here. Eat this cheese. Are we friends? No, don't go up the stairs, dude. Eat the cheese. What do you mean you're not friends with me yet? Here, have another piece of cheese. No, 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 come back. What do you mean we're still not friends yet? Eat the cheese. Eat the cheese. What do you mean we're still not friends? I'm basically creating a Subaru boxer engine using wind power. That's awesome. I just want to befriend her. Why are we still not friends? Here, you can have 3 cheeses. Are we friends now? I've given it 10 No, 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 no. Yes! We're friends now. Look at all those chickens! Curdling station. I need a cage. I want to put it in a cage, though. I'd feel bad. Stay here for me. You got a little Santa hat. Hold on, let me get a name tag. Rigged? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, because you got Moira? It's not my fault. I'm gonna name him... what's his... It's not Julian. What the fuck is my rat's name in Waterdeep? Louis. Alright, Louis. You and I, we're the best of friends. Come. Come. Oops. Sorry, Louis. Come on. Gonna go upstairs. Interesting song choice. I don't want him to leave. I also want to have... Oh, wait, no, we could do a fence. Is there a mangrove fence? There are. Maybe like these two? Ooh, that doesn't look good. Fence. Hi, Louie. I hope you like it here. He's my new friend. Okay, gotta go back outside again. I have a rat friend. Okay. Boop. 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 Ooh, I have to make a fireplace. Minecraft fireplace. This is certainly something. It definitely is. Brought to you by Noxia Bathis, the best isopod VTuber around. I feel like he got mad at someone GTA and decided to make a diss track. Fair. Chimney. I don't know what chimney I want. I don't want it to be brick, though. Seems very small. Okay, well, only 2 of them emit smoke. I like this one. Should I put like an actual chimney in here? I don't know. I think I just want to put one because I can. It's kind of small though, huh? I think lightning just struck like near me in Minecraft. This is not the same fucking brick. It's fine. It's fine. Sasha, what the fuck? Fuck off, Sasha! What the fuck? Oh my god. What is Sasha, though? Is Sasha a velociraptor? What the fuck? Okay. Sorry, Sasha. Jesus. Frame the stairs. Boop. 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 4. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Very nice. Oh, and then I should put parapets on there. Parapets? Parapets? Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Oh. There we go. Ain't that cute? And then I'm gonna trapdoor. What's the mangrove trap door? They're all like that? Okay, never mind. Let's just do this one. A tried and true spruce. Spruce trapdoors are my favorite for things like this. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Very much reminds me of my last barn build that I had. It was very similar to this, I think. Let me see if I have a picture of it. Preview. Oh, it'll be on my other drive. Boop. What the hell? I love you myself. I don't think it was in here. I have to wait for the drive to load. Just gotta wake up. Oh, yourself. Ooh. I love you by myself. Boop, 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 boop. No, not on these ones. Yes, on this one, though, so I can hide that gobber ore that's underneath my house that I refuse to pick up because I can't mine it, so. I have, like, diamond to mine it. No, this was all wacky stuff. Woke up and told her I loved her. I learned her when it wanders. Yeah, it was like this one. It's this one, but it's much different now. Use a lot of, like, trapdoors for windows instead at the time. Lantern. Oh, it wanders. Don't even bother, she's still working on the perfect daughter she got from her father. Over yonder. Don't even bother, she's still working on the perfect daughter got from her father. Go. Now I can hang stuff off the edges. I kind of want to hang stuff right here. Where have you been? Actually, I want to do those here. Boop. Boop, boop. Wonder... I cannot. Okay, that's fine. Cool. I have a house. I don't know if I ever fixed that outside. Hi, Louie. And Dagon's still okay. Cool. I did. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom. House is looking good, chat. House is looking good. I'm just gonna make lanterns really quick. And then I'll go back to survival. Well, how long has it been? But it feels like I need. Oops. That's cute. But not my plan. I have a cute little home. Don't know where else I could put a light here. That's pretty good. Endless night, it's a starless sky, it's a hell that... Are the only life I know. Alright. All illuminated. Very nice. Very nice, chat. Okay. With you in paradise, wouldn't sacrifice to chase the light. Boop, boop. Look at this. It's so pretty. Much happier with this now. Next thing would be furnishing the house, but it's not that big of a deal. That I can do as I play. I have to put my bed upstairs now, though. What kind of bed? Are there any other kinds of beds? Like possibly a bed with stars on them? It's a mushroom bed. I mean, kind of. I have a navy wool bed. It's kind of nice. Okay. I was just curious. I think I'll play something else now. Because I am happy disconnected. What shall we do now? Should I do some more art? Should I finish the I could finish the let's finish up the baby beans. The milk beans. Realize no one knows you. Oh, this fireplace is nice. Should quite like that one, right? Put that in my Minecraft folder. And then close group. What is copper streaming? So cute. Their model's so cute. Don't leave me. I can't be. We finished what last night? Finished this, right? Okay, so now we gotta do So Young. This one. Easy, baby. Right. Yeah. There you go. Easy, babe, if you... Should really put this information on my pure ref, but I forget. Am I getting a Magic the Gathering fucking ad? It is for the Avatar set. That's crazy. Huh? Come on, don't leave me. I can't be that easy, baby. Close. Okay, so Bumblebee, Maple Moth. Let's see, this one's Moira's Eve. And then Champagne. So young. Okay. How do you spell champagne? I feel like that's not how you spell it. Champagne. Champagne. Costume. Damn. I'm just gonna do a cheesy one. Do this one. Champagne. Thank you, Gore. Thank you. Oop, not this one. Alright, let's get... Oh, he's gonna be like a short little... He's gonna be a short little guy. Short little champagne bottle. Let's do this. Nope, not like that. I said this and I should have said that. Just realized, unlike most streamers I watch, I don't know your nationality. I'm Korean. I am South Korean, but I was born in America. Baby. I guess I don't talk about it a lot because I feel like I don't act Korean. I am Korean, but I don't know if I necessarily act Asian. I don't talk about it a lot. I mean, I definitely have the colors. My current outfit is inspired by the Korean color scheme. Kind of the red and blues. And then I have an Norige in the top left, which is a Korean good luck charm. It's making me nervous. Okay, this was easier, so I'll move this part. Born and raised? Born and raised American. My mom and my dad are both South Korean. My mom was born in Korea. My dad was adopted. This is not a champagne bottle. Was a confident baby. There we go. There we go. Making me nervous. Okay, and then I gotta do the gold. But speaking of gold, I'm going to open this because I like the gold that we used for this. Though, I don't think the nationality of a streamer super matters at the end of the day. It just really depends on how important it is to the streamer. Because, like, it's important for me to be Korean, because that's my culture, but I wouldn't say I'm the Korean VTuber, because I don't even know how to speak Korean. Only a little bit. think this top is too big. I'm watching. Oh, maybe it's because it's not meant to be so. Boop. I feel like I made it too wide again. Thank you for the hip hat, Rainer. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the wellness check, too. Let me drink some water. I almost drank advancedgg instinctively. Let me drink some normal water. Select invert.
Huh?
Huh? Hello, Nova Sonic. There we go. Now he's a little champagne bottle. Okay, be a little champagne bottle. I'll see the rest of the year. I'm starting to hate it here. I think I want to take these corners and fix them up a little bit. For days. Mind. Yeah. Merge down. Bloop. Alrighty, and then circle face. Boop, 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 boop. You get circle. No, it's on the same layer. Shoot. Don't stop, get a drink, throw up in the kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel, I don't wanna feel. Don't stop, get a drink, throw up in the kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel anything. Let's see, let's fix this up a little bit. Feel anything. I just realized something. I could end stream a little early today, and then I could work on the fish for Fishmas. Ooh. Actually, might be a good idea. I'll finish this and then I'll end stream then. Eeny, meeny, my. Throw up in the kitchen sink. And then this one. I wanna feel anything. There we go. Anything. Ghost I was alone. Ha. 도진. Ha. 기속에. I didn't know how to believe I was the queen I'm meant to be. I can't find. So I'm getting paid. I'm done hiding now. I'm born to be. I think I might have done that a little wrong. I believe when I pop down. Oops. The wind gotta be golden. Up with our voices. Yeah, there we go. I'm done fighting, now I'm shining. Come born to be. I was right, no fears, no. So we're born to be. Waited so long to break these walls down. Go and feel like me. Only live, they all see. No more hiding, be shining like I'm born to be. I kind of want to put this one here. And make a thicker one here, like this. Growing up, it's our moment. You know, together we're golden. Gotta be golden. Places. Actually, I did this wrong. I'm done hiding now. Oh, wait, no. Nope. Nope. It wouldn't. Well, I don't think it would be, at least. I don't think the highlight would go on the dark parts, so. And after a meal, hey, that ball is shaped like a deer. D-U-I, how about you die? I'll go 100 miles an hour. Little did you know, I'm built up on gas. And market, you bound to make this ass. For as the fuck in my Persian truck. I don't like that. I do like this. And I like this. Yeah. This one. I think this one should go this way. Actually, there we go. And then maybe this color for the champagne, I guess. Six left, 2 down. What are you gone? The tears. Let's do. Let's go a little more saturated. And let's go way more saturated. We're gonna take this guy, and then we're gonna make a gradient. Like that. And now I gotta decide if I want to do the same here. Oops. This one, be a little lighter. Boop boop. He's in the show. Merge down. Boop. And then shift N. A little bit lighter white. And then this one becomes less apparent. And then we do this. Let's make it white. And we gotta make it look bubbly. I feel like that doesn't make it look bubbly, more that it doesn't look infested. So let me just. Boop, boop. Let's see. Yeah, overlay. There we go. And then let's make, yeah, like a label. Boogie with a suitcase. We're going to disco. Forget about the rat race. Oops. Up, shoe up. Okay, and then this one. And then 20. 20. Or I guess 6. Actually, I think you mean well, what you want to go talk about? Pop music, talk about. There's a little champagne guy. Yo, cute. Save. Export as. Choose file set. And this will be champagne. Champagne? Champagne. So young. Okay. Okay, that took a lot less long than that wasn't as long as I thought it would take. That didn't take as long as I thought it would. There we go. So let me do some legendary ones. Some games. 3, 4, boop. New group. Krampus. Anybody talk about? And then base. Okie dokie. And then let's see. Bumblebee and a rosy maple moth. Thank you for the save check. I'll save once I do this. Bee costume. Save. Okay. This is cute. I like this one. Mix. There. Need some rehab. Maybe I just need some sleep. Ooh. My head against the wall. Maybe this needs to come not as far. That maybe. I think his little butt should actually be a little stinger. I think that would be cute. He's just gonna be affected if I keep it up like a lovesick crackhead. Boy, it's hard to find. Little cute baby stinger butt. There we go. And then I don't know if I want to keep this hood though. So I kind of want it to be like this. Like have a little wing here. What do bee wings look like? Okay, what people say though. Make it a little bit thinner. That works. And then Okay, maybe I do the hood actually. How did I do the hood for the Grim Reaper though? Because the Grim Reaper had a hood, I think. Stream avatars, blind box, set 1. He did. Okay, so it was like that. Okay. It was like, but this one's gonna be a little bit different, I think. Come with me. And then I want, let's go down to here. Whoops. Yeah. Then we're gonna erase the little tail. It's right here. And then we're gonna go, oops. And then we're gonna move that. Bring it back with your name on it. There you go. And then let's do up out of here. Do like a blue. Boop. And then this will be a little bit darker. Or I guess lighter actually. Boop. Boop boop. Boop boop boop. That's 9. 8. Mind. Boop boop. Mario. Oh, and then I gotta okay. And then shift in. Make these a little bit darker. Do I want to make them go out like this? Boop. 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 I can touch the planet. One girl watch me grab it. Boop. I think it should be like whoop. And then I want to make his soul out of honey. No, I want to do that. And then I can maybe make the stripes, these stripes, like this. And then inside your heart, is there any room for me? Will say, for those of you who don't know, I like the cover of this song with Sleepy Joe and Barack Obama. That's my favorite cover of this. Alright, I wanna, like, honey color palette. Actually, I don't want to use the darkest one. I need to. You haven't heard it? Oh my god, I got you. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I have it in a playlist. Did I take it off? Is it not on here? What the fuck? Hold on. Boys a liar. Sleepy Joe. Yeah, it's this one. The Gregory brothers? Yes. Doesn't have to. I can crochet tonight. It's fine. Where is it? Did they take it off of Spot? I'm gonna be so upset if they took it off of Spotify. Eating the dog. Deja vu. We can do both. It's corn. Oh my god, it's corn. Where is it? Oh, Chug Jug with you, Joe Biden edition. What? They might have taken it off Spotify, which makes me really sad. We'll play it after. I really want to Chug Jug with you. You'll be. I bet they took it off Spotify because it got. But it was Sleepy Joe and Barack Obama, though. You know, like, had nothing to do with him. Not to get down. Okay, that was a banger, but here you go. Hold on, wait. Advanced properties. Boop, boop, boop. I'll make sure it's taken out of the VOD.
Old Spice, Sleepy Joe on the mic. They know the clock stops for Joe and Barack. We about to be cooking. You get the pan, I get the crock pot. Take a look inside your heart. Is there any room for me? I won't have to hold my breath till you get down on one knee, because you only want to hold me when I'm looking good enough. Did you ever feel me? Would you ever picture us? Every time I pull my hair, well, it's only out of fear that you'll find me ugly and one day you'll disappear, because what's the point of crying if you're never good enough? Did you ever want me? Was I ever good enough? Yeah. The boy's a liar. The boy's a liar. Say your goodbye. He doesn't see ya. You're not looking at me, boy. The boy's a liar.
Can't believe they took it off of Spotify. I'm so upset. Snooze this. No.
Yeah, I'm good enough. In my suit or with my hoodie up. Just listen to this verse, folks. They say that I'm good enough. Grabbing my da-da-da. Think about shit that I shouldn't, So I tell him it's one of me. He making fun of me. His girl is a bum to me. Like that boy is a cap saying he home, but I know where he at. Like Betty blowing her back, thinking about me, cause he know that ass fat. Damn. And it been what it been. Calling his phone like, yo, send me your pin. Ducking my shit, cause he know what I'm on. But when he hit me, I'm not gonna respond. But I don't sleep enough without you, and I can't eat enough without you. If you don't speak, does that mean we're through? Don't like sneaky shit.
Good night, have a good stream. Good night, Moon. Have a wonderful night. Enjoy the stream. Thank you.
That's the 2010s.
Nobody calls the 2010s the dimes, Joe.
I do. People will. I'm a trendsetter. Deal with it.
Sure, man. That's why everyone's moving to Delaware.
They are. Look at the census. Oh, I forgot. You're retired. Go back to making your little Spotify playlist, you bum.
You know I will. And I'll sip my boba tea while I do it. Hustle culture is a scam.
That's true.
And I already quit. Actually, I quit loud.
I fucking pump that into my veins, Chad. I fucking love that fucking song. I'm sad they took it off of Spotify. It's okay though. We'll listen to other songs. Hello. Bigor. You need one with a star on it. And glue a little star. Fucking horse. I just bought a horse. I just bought a horse. I just bought a horse. And I named it Ricky. Bought a horse. Just bought a horse. I just bought a horse. I don't know what. Do 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 do. It's like he's like, oh, and the mountain snack in the yard. Wait, I'm back here. Getting hungry, but I don't know what he eats. Ravioli. Goes to sleep. And he's gone. Where did I go wrong? To the horse. I was on for the horse. I just lost my horse. I just lost my horse. I just lost my horse. Thank you for the wellness check. Shit, I tried. I'll drink some water. New York City. To the Bronx. Where's my on? Noises knocking at the fucking cop. On to jail. Was not my horse. That was not my horse. That was not my horse. You just look like Ricky. That was punched a cop. That just punched a cop. And go to prison. A for effort. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Jail because I punched a horse cop. I'm going to jail because I punched a horse cop. Going to jail because I punched a horse cop. I punched a horse cop. There we go. He's all honey-like. He's got his wings, my little stinger. I don't know what the fuck else I want to add. Had a hell, oh fuck, right. You thought we were riding to heaven. Well, I motherfucking lie. Don't break that funky shit to 11. What the fuck? There you go. Synthetical, one of mechanical. There's no cop like horse cop. That's so true, though. I feel like I have to make a hexagon. Like I have to. Other than that, oh, I don't know how to. Where's me? Where's it? Where's it? Where's me? Ooh. What's this? Hold on, 2, 3. We had a hell of a ride, but you thought we were riding to heaven. Well, I motherfucking lied. You think like shit to 11. What a hell of a ride. Yeah, we were riding to heaven. A motherfucking lie. Take that funky shit to 11. What is happening? Okay. Merge down. Merge down. Merge down. There you go. Honey. I don't find it. Hell of a ride, but you thought we were riding to heaven. Well, I motherfucking lied. Make that funky shit to 11. Had a hell of a ride. You thought we were riding to heaven. I motherfucking lie. So crank that funky shit to 11. Oops. Hell of a ride. We were riding to heaven. I motherfucking lied. That funky shit to 11. Well, you don't know me. You don't know me at all. You don't know me. You don't know me at all. You don't know me. Ooh, I kind of like that. A little bit less. Know me at all. Know me. Know me at all. You don't know me. Because the har 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 meme from Fair. You don't know me at all. You don't know me at all. Oh, fuck, I love that song. Make it a little deeper. Boop. Money. This one's like fun. Star keeps shining. This it likes guns. We're all got in common when the shit is said and done. I got a little bee. Run. Even my eyes grow. Choose file 4. This is gonna be blind box. There you go. Honey the bean. Let me rename that one to honey beaned. Honey bean. Honey the bean. Whoops. What you mean? Oh, I'm getting faster at these chat. New group. Set 4. We go and title areas and it goes wherever I go. Meow, meow. Okay, and then the next one. Rosy maple moth. Oh, I have an idea for this one. Okay. I like the colors of this one. Copy image. Okay. Comment this shit is said and done. Done. Say that way. Title, barriers, we go wherever I go. Meow, meow, meow. I kind of don't want it to be that dark. There we go. Okay. So we gotta make the antenna, that's for sure. Okay, and then duplicate. Be negative. March down. Okay, and then I want to do like a big puffy coat. That's my plan. I feel better. So it's got to be 2 parts. Okay. And then here. Taking drugs. Motherfucker, am I anxious? I sleep 4 hours a day, why am I anxious? Rhetorical. Without a shirt. I want this one to look like a little diva. Should I make the coat longer? Just like extraordinarily long. Kind of don't like the way this one sits. Told this to me. But don't touch my close. This one's. Wait, no, it's gotta be like here. Don't touch my. You can burn my house. Even thought about letting him one touch. You gotta have a little bump for the tail, though. There you go. Your knife. I'm gonna let you touch my. Oops. Look at this majestic cape. Oh, he could be the moth, the rosy moth king. I like this idea. Come with your life. Don't touch my clogs. Super fancy. I know, right? He's the fanciest of them all. And I wish I made another one, the other one a queen, but I think it's okay. Next year we can do a bee queen or something. Above. I did a thing. What'd you do? Did you finish packing for your Las Vegas trip? I almost said LA. Would have been a lot less exciting if it was LA, to be honest. I feel like spring is gonna be here before we know it. It's true. True, but when spring comes, we have other ideas, like plants and cryptids, because I want to do cryptids on my birthday month. It's my birthday month. It's our birthday month, technically, but still.
Oh, bang!
Oh, shit. Hello, Stark Alchemy. Welcome on in. Cafe crew, bring the sweet treats and chill vibes. Welcome on in. We're actually just wrapping up stream for today, but welcome on in. Oh, it's Buster. This is the thing that you did, I'm presuming. Welcome, Raiders. If you need a raid and run, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you're having a wonderful evening. Raid. Welcome on in. My name's Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials, and we're currently making a cute little rosy maple moth for January's blind box. Welcome on in. How are your guys' day going? Yes, it is. I see. Well, thank you for bringing them here. I appreciate it a lot. I hope you all are having a wonderful night. If you need a raid and run, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important to me. Otherwise, enjoy us hanging out. Stark is a cowtuber. We love cowtubers, especially because I'm a cowtuber. Ooh. So you my MC name? Okay, I will whitelist it in a second. I'm doing a thing, condemned. Can you not see that I'm doing a thing? Thank you. Buster guided us your way. Always happy to meet a Kelly Cow Cutie. Oh, thank you. Feel free to let us know what you got up to. Says you were playing The Lord of the Rings. Exciting. Let me whitelist this person to my server. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a wonderful night. There you go, condemned. You are now whitelisted. Closer. In a minute, into a hot, and I don't smell restaurant with R. Do you guys like rosy maple moths? I think they're very pretty. I mean, I'm still afraid of bugs, to be fair, but I think they look pretty. Okay. That makes it look a bit... Yippee! I think starting January, we were watching Lord of the Rings and doing art, just making some new sub badges. Ooh, sub badges! I like sub badges. Well, I hope you had fun. I hope you had the most fun. Trying to figure out how I want to shade this, if I want to shade it. I think I do. I should give him wings. There we go. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, okay, this could be act as the wings. Okay, then if this is acting as the wings. People. We're also listening to very Mimi songs, so I hope you enjoy. Oh, I was gonna say, I think in Lord of the Rings is such a good. It is. I actually watched the Battle of Rohamir, the animated movie, recently. It was really good. Quite liked it. Let's see. Let's do multiply. $100. So no. Oh, I keep forgetting to say what I'm gonna say. But yes, I will say the Minecraft server is a server that I host for my community that we can hang out on, and it's up all the time. However, starting in 2026, it will become a subscriber only, I think. Because it is kind of big and I have to manage it by myself, which can get a bit rough because I'm just a little guy. It was me and my homie Claire are big Lord of the Rings fans, and the Hobbits are coming into for a con, dude. That's sick. Stark is the only reason why I've seen any Lord of the Rings content. Not because you want to be cool and want to know what Lord of the Rings is about. Suck. I suck at stuff. That is fair, yeah. Oh, but anyone who's already on the server, so it's kind of like a little tiddly bit. Anyone who's already on the server will be grandfathered into the server. However, if we get new people, then it'll be a thing where it's like, okay, well, if you could like please sub because the Minecraft server costs me money. Aimed at me. I just turned 33 and I suck. Boop. Wow. I need to rewatch the Ascended Lord. It's pretty good. I quite like it. It's pretty nice. I feel it in my fingers. I feel it in my toes. Motherfuckers mean to harm us. So come and get it now. For a long day. Around my tight crew. Ha ha. Or is it gonna mess you up? I'm gonna wanna roll a 1. Fuck. Otherwise engaged. Myself. There we go. Look, if my mom had it her way, then I would have seen every single movie and read the books. It's a good mom. It's a good mom you got there. Okay, nobody likes you. Hold on, let me know that, guys. Meaning relationships. Alright, now I gotta give him his crown. I do want to edit. I was just listening to the song and I was so confused that I turned it off. It's such a good song. Was a child. Ooh. But, don't. There we go. I was like, I don't understand what this is. Look that motherfucker. Okay, there we go. Oh, we do one more. We gotta make his little crown. I grew up as a usual suburbanite. I'm gonna make it an Ice King crown. I can. Tom Cardy is hysterical. Before every Lord of the Rings stream, I will play Walk. On God, that is so fair. I love that. Because, like, I got to watch Lord of the Rings before that song came out. And, like, just knowing what I know about, like, Lord of the Rings, it's just so fucking funny. Like, it's just, I love it. I love it a lot. Are you gonna hold me accountable? I think I may have fucked up, chat. Let me go to BLT. There's a problem. You know what? I fucked up in multiple ways. Boop, boop. Not in my skin, but it feels weird in hindsight. I think this is how I want to do this.
Oh, bang!
Oh my god! The High Princess Buttercup! Oh my goodness. We just got rated like a minute ago. How is it going? How was your stream? How was Delta Road? Are these for the... Yes, they are. BLT looking mighty dapper. He's supposed to look drunk. Are you sure he still looks dapper? You sure he still looks dapper? What you making tonight? I'm making the New Year's blind box. I'm being ahead of the game. I'm working them on them. I'm working on them ahead of time. This time, so that way when we have the blind box in January, it will be on January 1st. So Bo Burnham, yeah, Bo Burnham. He's probably like it's 1999. Oh my god, that's a fucking photo of me at parties, is it? Spot on. Hat on the butt. Yeah, I had a hat on the butt. And I will say so my plan is on the 31st, if you hang out with me at all that day, you'll get this hat on your little milk bean on your stream avatar. And then I'll do other stuff. And then I'll do another hat for like the January blind box if you get all of them. Because if you get all the blind boxes, you get a little hat. Your stream avatar gets a little hat. Ice King, I need this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. I don't know how I want to do that. Are you able to sit from the thing, the hamster thing? I could. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait, shit. It's behind me? Huh? Eggnog. Don't you just love it? Fuck yeah! We were just talking about this song. Walk, 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 walk. Walk, walk, walk. I need red. Ow. This is what the Ice King crown looks like, right? Attacked by tweez! Ice King crown, thank you. 1 second. Thank you for the wellness check. Oh, damn. Look at this one. This one's really cool. Okay. Why so bad? That fancy. Yeah, I'm trying to make a fancy little crown. Request. Best. It's less eggnog now. Yup. Yup. And in order for me to have more eggnog, you guys have to redeem it again. I think I need to make that bigger. Star, go to bed. Hey, listen. They can stay up as late as they want to stay up. Because we're going to head out soon too. So. I don't like that at all. Hold on. No. Used to be the young one. I used to being people who were used to meeting someone. Born in 1990. No way. Oh. I'm turning. They have early work. I know, but R. Thank you for the safe check. All right, hold on. It's okay. It's okay. I think this is good. Someone who massively artistically challenges crazy to me, you can just make it. Like, I need a crowd, boom, made it. Fair, but this is as far as my artistic technique goes, really. Very simple beans. I didn't make my model. Tell you what, I'm not that creatively talented. Watch all these fucking zoomers. Should I add anything else? I don't think so. I think it looks pretty cool. I think I like it. I'm turning Rosie Maple King. You made your room, though. That's fair. And for those of you who don't know what Star is talking about, I made my background. Hold on. This was the honeybee we made earlier. We made this honeybee earlier, and then we made Maple King. He looks chic. Maple King and Honeyed Bean. And then, so this is our background. And I made this. I made that. But, like, the thing is like, that's 3D. 3D versus 2D is very different in my brain. But I made that. The only thing I didn't make is... are having stupid children. Is this. The little mini chibi version of me, I didn't make that. But I made everything else. And I'm dirty. Oh, and the tree. And I make the tree. I believe we made it. Yeah. By me little hands. Thank you. Appreciate it. We are wrapping up though for today. Hi, Pancake. I'm excited to play RV there yet with you. But this is where we are stopping for today because I have to go eat dinner. I have to eat dinner and I have to go do crocheting to practice for next week. Do you have to head out? It's shower and eepy time. Thank you so much for the raid, Guide Buster, and I'm happy to meet you, maincoow. Gonna check it. Thank you so much, Dark. Have a wonderful night. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out with me. We're gonna go raid Pegasus Celine, because our video comes out tomorrow. And they have a cute little chibi going on. Go nibbles on food. I shall. We're gonna go raid. Oh, good night. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys. Oh, that's not how you raid. It's not how you raid. What does BYW mean? Oh, bye. Is that bye? Bye. I love you guys. Thank you I will miss you. I will miss you too. Enjoy your dinner. Thank you. We're having homemade pizza, so I'm excited. But there's a raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I really appreciate it if you did, because then they know where you came from. But I love you. If you need help, I might need help. I will actually DM you right after this because I'd love your advice on the stuff that I'm doing. But I love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Mwah. Good night.
They were cruising.
I know, they're just like, I don't want the heat. I don't want the heat. Hi,
They put their sunglasses on and kept driving.
Yeah, they literally like, I don't see you, man. I ain't dealing with this today. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, May.